The following program is for adult audiences only.
True survivor, standing tall amongst the brave. It's time to rise up, yelling glory to the saved. And we fall, we reign, we rise again. The fall, the pain, we try so hard to feel sane. It's all in our brain. Always keeping us restless with the lights. Keeping us restless with the lights. Lighting a fire for the night. Let it burn, keep inside. Keep your spirit up at night. There's a miracle alive. All the pain inside your bones, all the cold inside your homes. You were never all alone, all alone. Restless all the time. Feel myself decline. Lose myself till my heartbeat stops. But we fall, we reign, we rise again. The fall, the pain, we try so hard to feel sane. It's all in our brains. Always keeping us restless with the lights. Keeping us restless with the lights. Always keeping us restless with the lights. Keeping us restless with the lights. Always keeping us restless with the lights. Keeping us restless with the lights. Always keeping us restless with the lights. Keeping us restless with the lights. Always keeping us restless with the lights. Keeping us restless with the lights.
You can never sleep in traffic. There's living steady panic. I know 'cause I tried acid. Now I see through your habits, just like gadgets. You tell me with the two hands, I'm too bad. Wonder what your things are like. Need me to get your bills paid. That's what you said. I guess I'm just too fake for that. So sit down, listen, think for a minute. Know it might be hard 'cause you're uneducated. Break down, face it, breathe
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything will know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everybody. Time for another episode of Mixin and Chillin with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed.
Hello. How are you all doing?
Hope you guys are all having a fantastic day out there. William Dobson, hello and welcome. Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome. Pam Spraggins and Mallory Gates, I saw you were here. Who else we got? Did I miss anybody? Awesome. So
Very
wonderful
good.
to see all of you guys once again. It's a beautiful Tuesday out there. Kenny's chomping away. He's got some chips and crisps, and we were just talking about how he's got some cool flavors over there that we don't have over here.
I've got snacks.
We got barbecue,
Well,
salt and vinegar.
I was going to save them for the flavour explosion, but to hell with it. We've got Thai sweet chili peanuts.
Thai sweet chili peanuts.
Oh, they're gorgeous. Followed
We don't have
by
any peanuts like that over here.
Balti peanuts. All Indian
Balti? What's
cuisine.
Balti? Indian.
Indian curry. Indian food. Indian curries. We've got Indian.
I love chicken marsala.
We've got, you can get them as well, but they didn't have any in the day. I was going to get some tikka masalas. They're like a peanut in a crispy shell, and the shell has got all the flavour in it. Absolutely delicious. So, and to top it all off, right, because now I keep doing this, right, I've been posh, and I've got a fucking bowl. I put me in a posh bowl. Like so.
William Dobson, you were talking about the Steam Crave video, the Titan, matter of fact. Yes, I did see that. I haven't had a chance to do anything about it yet, though.
Oh,
It's one of those things where I'm afraid once I touch it, they're going to start scanning everything.
Ah.
But yes, I do need to correct that. And that's because, I mean, it's plastered all over the box.
Ooh.
Kenny, did you see that Doritos has a Whopper flavor?
Yeah, but I haven't tried it yet.
They don't have a Whopper flavor of that over here. We have Doritos nacho cheese flavored taco shells.
The joys of multicultural, sir. The joys of multicultural.
Matter of fact, one of the articles I pulled up for us to talk about, since, vaping news is always so depressing. So we're going to do a bunch of vaping science today. Got into a bunch of, replies and rebuttals on Twitter towards a bunch of the ants that are out there. So I actually put forward the science as my rebuttal to their statement, because it's kind of obvious, when you do a flavor ban, you're going to increase smoking rates. That's the last thing you want to do. They're going to cry about, teens vaping. Wait till the teens start picking up cigarettes. Then we can really start crying the blues. But then wait a minute, that means they're going to get a cash infusion. Is this really what they want all along? Is that the whole reason they're cracking down so hard on vaping? It isn't because of the harm that it causes. I've got science for that too. Nobody wants to compare vaping with combustion. So I'm going to do that for you guys today. And we're going to compare how much diacetyl is inside combustible tobacco smoke and how much of it is inside your electronic cigarette. Because they're crying the blues that we need to ban flavors, because look at all the diacetyl and look at all these compounds that are in the electronic cigarette. And, well, I hate to tell you and burst your bubble, but take a look at a combustible cigarette. When you compare how much is in a combustible cigarette, and then you got somebody like me that was smoking 3 packs a day, it's just simple math. How much is in one cigarette? How much is in the full pack of cigarettes? There's 20. So you just simply multiply the number that's in the chart, in the formula, by 20, and that's how much it is per pack. And then for me, it was a 3-pack-a-day smoker. So you multiply that number times 3. And then you compare it to vaping.
And the
and you can do the same math.
Scary. And you get some scary numbers when you see what's in the cigarettes. Some really scary numbers.
Yeah. And then he goes, well, then how come there's no Avali with tobacco smokers? I wonder why. Maybe it has nothing to do with the diacetyl. Maybe it has something to do with some other compound that people are vaping, when we all know that, vaping is such a large terminology. Cannabis users call what they do vaping. And yes, you can get actual vaping devices there, but the tanks are even smaller and the amount of vapor that they produce is even smaller because, well, you shouldn't be vaporizing oil and breathing that into your lung because your lungs can't metabolize oil.
Nope. Strange, isn't it?
People forget about fundamental science, high school science. We all learn this shit. I had, a slight advantage over it because, I was a paramedic for, almost 2 decades before I hung my hat up and said, I had enough of this. I got burned out. But, so, I've had anatomy and physiology and the one website that's out there, VAEP, she's actually a nurse that wanted to be a traveling nurse, but gave that up in order to advocate for harm reduction for vaping. Common sense. She's good at putting together, presentations and slides and snippets and, fact sheets that bring the obvious facts forward that we keep talking about here. But long story short, we got plenty of science to cover today. We're going to jump through that. And so that we don't get bogged down in just vape stuff, there's always going to be a little bit of alternative stuff out there. I happened to catch on there that Rishi Sunak wants to drop your tax by 2 percentage points.
Yeah. Woohoo!
Yes, thank you. The people are suffering. Alleviate their suffering. Drop the percentage point 2 points. Let them keep 2% more.
It's not a great amount, but I suppose it's better than nothing.
Listen, any little bit helps, especially because anytime you give a politician the ability to take a certain amount from you, it is hardly ever they're willing to give any of that up. So if he's willing to give you 2% back, and let you keep 2% more.
Oh God,
Yes,
I mean,
thank
God,
you.
I'll
Do
have
it
some of
now
that definitely
before you change your mind.
Well,
Yep.
there will be a but. There'll be a but somewhere down the line.
Nah, there always is. There always is. They butter you up before they want to slam it up your ass. Oops.
Pretty much.
Here comes the truth butter already, folks.
It's true.
Here's some more truth
Yeah,
butter
well,
for you. Youth vaping is down in New York. That's so
Woo.
fantastic. But you know how they did it, right? They banned flavors. They banned vaping. So guess what's up? Guess what is up in New York City, in New York State?
Smoking.
Smoking rates are back up. Congratulations. We told you it was going to happen. Here's the data that proves that it is.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Listen, these people, these health advocates, if they really want to do something for society, how about you focus on depression and anxiety? Focus on mental health. People are suffering, and then it's not just, a minuscule percentage of the population. The percentage of the population suffering from anxiety and depression, both in the United States and in England, are so high
Huge.
that it makes the vaping problem look like somebody sneezed.
Choo.
So we're going to take a jump and take a look at that. Bring some statistics out here. I can't talk. And we're going to have a flavor explosion to alleviate our twisted tongues.
I'm not being rude, folks. I'm just intaking some vitamins and some well.
My wife spoiled me today. She made me a nice, beautiful, got a king-size English muffin. She put some egg and cheese and bacon and cream cheese on it. Ooh, fried up 2 hash browns to go alongside it.
Stop. I'm going to just eat this bowl in a minute.
She's been so wonderful. She's got the day off. She's got some crafting going on the floor in the room right below me. So she's doing her crafting and I'm doing my streaming, and we're all having a fantastic day. Especially considering I started it off at the dentist.
I need some protein.
Cleaning.
Well, believe it or not, and I've been back to work now about 2 months-ish. I've lost half a stone. How? I don't know. But I've lost half a stone.
Activity makes such a big difference. Matter of fact, I even got the Google Fit app set up on my phone now. And obviously I don't take my phone everywhere I go, so it doesn't keep accurate track of anything. I don't have one of those smart fit watches or anything. But it's amazing how inactive I was, just focusing on advocacy and getting the studio built up and getting this channel built up and doing the reviews and doing the mixing that I've been doing. Perfect example. My wife is on the hunt for a fruit punch flavor because we ordered her a humble fruit punch last time and she loved it. So I've been doing a little experimenting.
I have actually. I've been using this just for the sake to get rid of it, right? Well, apple mango smoothie.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a little bit of like a coolant in. I wouldn't say it's menthol, but it's like a little bit of coolant in, right? So I had another one of these. I don't know if I remember it, but it had custard in it. So I've mixed the custard with this. So I've actually put the custard in with this. And it's turned out quite nice. And that's commercial juice. So you can mix commercial juice.
Yes.
Pure hitty miss. It's pure hitty miss. Guest shot in the dark. But it worked quite well. That's why I've now got like an apple mango smoothie with a bit of custard in. So it tastes a bit like a crumble or whatever, without the biscuit. It's quite, I'm quite proud of myself of that. Like,
yeah, I've done some of that stuff before, and it's just like, it's amazing how sometimes you can get something that works really good, and sometimes you get stuff that isn't so good.
But I thought apple custard, they've got to blend. Surely they're made for each other. And sure enough, like it's quite nice. It's getting better as as I leave it longer, obviously with a steep time. But hey, I'm not knocking it. I am not knocking it. I used to do that. Now, like when you get down, you vape the bottle and you get down to so much and you just leave it and you forget about it and all that. That's all I used to do. I used to just mix various ones together to make a bottle up and go, that's nice or that's horrible, and hurry out.
I normally don't bother doing that until I get to the end of a bunch of bottles. When I get to the end of a bunch of bottles, like here's the perfect example. I've got this banana marshmallow custard tart, right? I finished off the gingerbread. So there was like, 4 or 5 mils in the bottom of that. So I turn it upside down over top of this one and just let it completely drain into there so that I don't waste any of it. Anarchy White. I poured the last 4 or 5 mils of that into this one. And just, basically just to get it to the point where I can wash those bottles out and reuse them, make some new stuff. I'm out of the gingerbread one shot. So it's like, I got some other ones I want to mix up and I want to try. So might as well use this all up. And this is going to be the last of the assorted variety. But hey,
it is what, isn't it?
Waste not, want not. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah, man.
And I did keep to my word. I did upload the video for our lovely SMOANT Pasito mini kit. And like many people asked, they wanted me to keep it 100%. So I was 100% honest and dropped the truth bomb. I looked at a bunch of other reviews for this product, and nobody nailed any of the stuff that I complained about in there. Everybody was like either, oh, it's so fantastic, or this is the perfect thing for beginners, or, like Mike Vapes has like compressed his videos. They're all like 5 minutes now. You know what I mean? So it's like, it just a quick rapid fire facts of here's this, here's this, here's this, here's this, and here's my final thoughts. See you next time, folks. Goodbye.
Pretty much, isn't it?
It's a reality. I mean, people's attention spans, if you see a video that's longer than 10 minutes, most people won't even click on it. I hate to cut the videos down, but you don't have a choice. If you want somebody to watch it.
I've noticed it's been a trend because I remember when review videos, just general review videos, used to be 20 to 30 minutes long. Now
or 45, some of them. Especially the rebuildable ones, because it would actually do a full build stream.
Mm-hmm.
But
now, like I say, some of them are just hitting 10 minutes. I'm the same. I didn't hit them that long now.
Yep. So I could have done some more editing on mine to refine it and cut it down maybe another 2 minutes or whatever. Bump stuff around and, there's a bunch of tricks you can use to make things fit. But I just wanted to get it done.
But on the other side of the coin, if you make it interesting, people will watch it, because obviously the way the YouTube algorithm works, the longer people watching your video, the better. So that's like the happy medium you've got to get, haven't you? You want them to watch it as long as possible to keep the algorithm long, but you don't want it too long to bore people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If
definitely.
You keep it interesting, just wazz it up. I mean, I watched all yours, near brother, because you've got little snippets popping up, little screens popping up and all that, and it keeps you interested. You know what I mean? Rather than just
and I have a hard time following the rule. They tell you you're not supposed to be more than 6 seconds in any long clip without something changing.
Yeah.
Something to keep the viewer's attention, keep the mind switching gears.
That's
because
exactly what it's all about.
If it's longer than that, people get bored and they go, oh, I'll switch to something else.
I mean, it's a difficult art to master when you think about it, because if you were sitting there, you want to say something, well, how can I cut this down? I think this is boom, la 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 la. This is very boom, la la la. You know what I mean? Like, you just can't plan it, can you?
And the thing is, we don't even realize that this is what modern media is like. Watch any TV show out there, and everything is constantly changing. Unless it's like an intense conversation that, actually lasts 2 minutes. Even then, they're switching cameras back and forth between the people that are talking. We've gotten so used to things just 3 seconds, and you got to switch.
Looks like I see TV adverts. It's like for a holiday, boom, boom. They're just transition after transition after transition, and not even a video. They just cut. You know what I mean?
Constantly changing something up. Oh yeah.
Some of them make you dizzy. It's a hard one.
And to be honest with you, let's be honest. If we're going to sit back and try and play armchair quarterback, especially, you know, talking about like big subjects like YouTube and, you know, people's attention spans and stuff. Why do you think podcasts have gotten to be so popular now? Because if you find a podcast that you're interested in, you're going to focus on the content and appreciate the fact that it is literally a conversation.
It's like more like a storytelling thing, isn't it? You listen to a voice rather than watching a video. I mean, you've got a good voice for that. You've got like, if you pardon the pun, you've got an American DJ type voice. You know what I mean? That's how you come across. So you've got that twang. While us over here in the UK, we get boring and blah, and blah. You know, we're like,
yeah, but for Americans, a UK voice is actually an attractive feature. Just like, you know, you kind of describe my voice as like an American DJ voice. The UK slang and the way that you guys talk is very attractive, especially to American women.
I would never.
Why do you think James Bond was always so popular? Tim B, hello and welcome to the stream.
Bond, James Bond. Far.
Do I not have that turned on this? That's interesting. The overlays here, it should have popped up, but it didn't. Another bug to iron out.
Mary Gates just made a good point there. We go to 4 hours on here.
We got 4 hours to go, folks. We need to get moving along, don't we?
Let's get these cameras going.
Hey, if you're ready to rage, raise your hand up. This is rock and roll. Looks like, yeah. Wearing leather and lace. Raise your hands up. This is what rock and roll looks like.
I can't go with that.
Mallory's on a roll today. Let me tell you, folks.
Yeah. Mallory's a happy bunny.
Chat is just bouncing away. William Dobson says he gave up smoking. Vaping is cheaper. 200 plus mods later and over 60 addies. And now he begs to differ.
I finally bought some coils for me little drag S. Lovely, loving it.
Awesome.
Not very cheap over here. I went to a brick and mortar shop. 14 quid for 5 coils. Went,
Yep.
Bloody hell, mate.
They charge you $5 a coil over here in the States in the vape shops.
Yeah,
one coil, $5. 3-pack, 15. Yeah. Thank you.
What's in there? 14 quid. And I've used. Well, the first one I cocked up, you see, because I've used 2 out of the 5. Of the first one. When I done what did I mix the last time? I think it was the egg custard. I went a little overboard on the sweetener.
Coil killer.
And it just up to a date. Bloody hell.
Yes. And has a very distinct flavor to it as well. You can definitely identify juices that have too much sucralose in it. Kills your coil and then leaves you with a distinct flavor you can recognize.
Well, what happened when I was dripping the super sweet in, I got distracted. Instead of going to something like 0.2%, I think I was going for, I went 1.2%. Holy shit. So it was very nice, but just the coils just didn't like it.
Listen, if you can do that, do it on a dripper.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's where the rest of it went.
Because on a dripper, you just yank the cotton out, you burn the crap off of it, you clean it off, and new cotton, and you're good to go.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work on these things, I'm afraid. If you like a sweet juice, don't put them in these things. Unless you've got hundreds of coils.
I've got formulation for Hunky Hawaiian Punch. Now, this isn't an equivalent of, the classic red Hawaiian Punch you find in the stores to drink. That was what I was originally going for. turns out I didn't have papaya flavor. So Bull City Flavors got a wonderful order from me, and it's going to be delivered tomorrow. So hopefully next week I'll have a nice formulation of an actual comparable Hawaiian punch to the drink. But I do have a recipe for you guys today that does taste fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Wonder what that would be.
Very heavy on the pineapple. Definitely a punch. We're going to show you that recipe, and I'm going to show you the other recipes I've been working on. Give you a basic review of it. And I did see the Flavors publish a new recipe yesterday. It's for another coffee. So I'm going to be mixing that up today. I'm looking forward to that one. So we've got all of that ahead of us today. So I think it's time for us to jump in. Do you want to drink first, or do you want to go right into the news and conversation?
I think we might have to have a drink to drown our sorrows as well.
I think that would be a wonderful idea. So how about we roll the bumper?
Let's rock and roll, boys.
And up for us today, Kenny has...
I have gone for something. I think it's not something new. It's been out a while, but I've never tried it. I'm very late in the party with this one. I've gone for some Desperados. This is a mixture of tequila and beer. The actual combination is beer is 99.4%, tequila is 0.6%, and the 500 ml volume can. It is 5.9% alcohol by volume. Very snazzy looking can, but like I say, it's supposed to be a very popular drink with the young and trendy, etc. So I'm jumping on the young and trendy train. So there you go. This is what I'm trying this week, guys.
That is awesome. And I'm trying to multitask here because I just realized a bunch of the vlogs don't have any timestamps on them whatsoever. So I literally spent 15 hours watching 3 of our vlogs to add timestamps to them and the details and the descriptions on what you drank and what I drank and all that other fun stuff.
Yeah.
So if anybody wants to drop a description or a timestamp into the comments below, that would be fantastic. It would save me a bunch of time if we could do it live. I'm going to try and do it here on the fly today, but listen, that's a lot of work keeping up with all this stuff. Especially when we go 5 hours long.
I think I was saying, guys, he's in charge of like the Starship Enterprise is like his deck. So, you know, before he goes into warp, he'll be going into warp factor 4 shortly, I think. You know what I mean? Just
yeah, pushing the wrong buttons. And to me, today I have a Simply Spike. This is the last of the Simply Spike series. It is a Kiwi Peach. Once again, 5% alcohol by volume and 5% real fruit juice.
Oh. You like them? They're quite a nice range, aren't they?
Yeah, but to be honest with you, it's too sweet.
It's sickly sweet if you drink too much.
Yeah, I just wish you could tone down the sweetness a little bit. And even the flavoring sometimes is so over-empowering. It's like, that's how you know you got a really good vape liquid, because if you can compete with this, you got some pretty intense flavor there.
Bottoms up.
to your health. Wow, that's really interesting.
God.
The kiwi and the peach go together really well, but they're definitely contrasting flavors. It's like butting heads.
Oh God. Yeah, these are two definitely contrasting flavors.
My wife has been mixing up drinks for us after dinner and stuff, and she's been mixing Sprite with Truly vodka. She had a mixed berry, and it goes perfectly well with Sprite. Well, they did away with Sierra Mist, so now you have this Starry. And Starry by itself is fantastic. It's a beautiful brand new lemon-lime combination. If you haven't tried it yet, listen, I think it's actually as good or not better than Sprite. So they hit the nail on the head there, but it doesn't go well with a mixed berry vodka, I'll tell you that. Lemon, lime, and blueberries do not mix well.
Well,
At
this
least that
you're getting
particular
like,
flavoring.
it's like a bittersweet taste with this. You know, you got the beer, and then the tequila's like that, as if you're breathing out. You're like, ooh, very bittersweet, but yeah.
That's
Probably
like this.
after
The
you've had
pucker factor coming out of this, the peach gives you that pucker factor, and then you get this kiwi sensation that lingers in your mouth, and it's like,
Wow.
it's weird, it's curious, it's interesting. You kind of enjoy it, but it's kind of like, I don't know. This is kind of a frou-frou drink.
You're kind of on the fence a bit, aren't you? You're like, I've just thought I'd be like, I was expecting something like to blow us away now, because obviously it's a popular drink, and everybody's like, oh, get a Desperado, right? And you're like, but like a certain movie that's been overrated, you go to watch and you're like, that was shit.
Yeah, there was one movie that was like so hyped up. It was about this really big fat guy, and they actually did it in the old format, the 3x4 format. The whole movie was like that. First off, I hate movies that are like the ultra narrow wide or the box. Listen, I bought my TV and I want to use every square inch of it.
Yep, 16.9. Come on.
Yeah. I want my full 100% aspect ratio. None of this cropped on the top. We got black bars all over. That's wasted screen, in my opinion. I'm a practical person.
I think it's 2:3:5 to 1 or something, that ratio with your black bars, something along that lines.
Yeah, 2.35. Yeah.
Yeah, 2.35 in it.
Nah,
But that's like proper movie. But like you say, when you make a movie, they're using anamorphic lenses, so they're like that anyway. You know what I mean?
Okay, let's be honest.
Anamorphic...
That's what they used to do when they had film that they shot it on. Now everything's done digitally, and it's done in like 8K. So when they actually edit it in post, they can literally crop it down, and you maintain full resolution, and they can maintain image stabilization, even though that the truck was bouncing like this when they recorded it. Everything's digital.
Well, I still look into cameras and stuff. You know, I've got a little general little interest. You know, and I tell you, like, the latest Arri Alexa is, I think it's 16K now. What I can fill it in. But the price tag is about 5 times the friggin' format. Jesus Christ, the price. And then this lens that there was this guy he was showing a rig, you know, these like 3D rigs they've got where they're all stabilized, they can literally run all over and the camera's perfect. He's one of these operators, be showing how he was doing this camera. And this lens he had alone this lens he had was about 75 grand just for this lens, and that was before the camera, and you're like, bloody hell.
No way.
The skeleton kit was just
not possible.
Nah. And you wonder why they call them big budget movies. Whew. You need to be.
Yeah, 50 grand for a camera.
Wow.
And it doesn't include the lenses.
Wow. It's crazy, man.
Unbelievable. Well, how about we jump over to the news since we've got so much to talk about today.
Right,
we can sit here and drink and comment on that. And we're going to start off, once again, pointing out the obvious. It just won't go away. 23,302,593 people have died from cigarette combustion since I quit smoking.
Wow, that's shot up that since the other week, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Tobacco control is a total failure. When I started smoking, there were 1.1 billion combustible tobacco smokers on the planet. It's now up to 1.3 billion.
And rising to keep banning the vaping.
And they say, well, the population's more than it was back then. Yeah, well, if you were doing such a fantastic job at, controlling tobacco, which is what your job is, guess what? It would be going down despite the fact that the population's going up. But the problem is you can't force people to do something they don't want to do. The only way you can ever win and eliminate combustible tobacco is giving them a better option that is cheaper and more enjoyable than a combustible cigarette.
Well, I think sometimes they try to divert by using percentages, don't they? As you say that, because when you think about it, as you see it in the past, 100 people, three people out them people, or 100 million, whatever you want to say, population. But just to keep it low and simple, 103 people, there's 3%. Now your population, you have 200 people. It's 6%. It's 6% smoking, but still 3%. This percentage is still the same, yet the numbers are increasing. So
that's why when you look at the science, you have to think of it objectively. You have to use some rationale to figure out and dive past the obvious presentation and look at the raw data and go, is this actually what they say it is? Or are they twisting the numbers to make it sound like it's something it isn't? When you break it down into a flat percentage, guess what? The percentage is still the percentage.
Yeah. If you put percentages, I bet it hasn't changed that much over the last decade, where they balanced out with the numbers. You know what I mean?
It's been a total failure. Tobacco control has been a total failure our entire lives. We've been stigmatized our entire lives. You wonder why mental health and depression and anxiety is so bad in society? Well, quit using fear-mongering tactics to try and get your missions accomplished. Tell people the honest truth and make them pick the wise choice. Simple solutions.
Honesty is the best policy. Obviously not in this case.
No, not in this case. In this case, we're back to fear-mongering. Because fear-mongering gets people to do what we want them to do. Protect the children. We need to protect the children. BBC come out with another post. The Scottish Doctors Association now wants to ban disposable vapes. And everybody's jumping on the bandwagon. And the sad part is most vapors want to ban disposable vapes too because they wanted to have a new product coming out. They loved the days when every week you had a new rebuildable tank coming out. We're sick of disposable vapes too, but that's how you get a smoker to give up their combustion. There's a disposable vape.
Vaping comes round in phases. Disposables are probably now falling out of favour again. I think now there's manufacturers are now starting to make proper hardware again, you know what I mean? So it goes round in circles, man. You know what I mean? The hardware will come back.
I think the cycle is slowing down because of the bullshit PMTA regulations, which killed the consumer vaping industry. And now Big Tobacco owns all 23 authorized products by the FDA, which is still, in my book, only 3 devices. I don't care how many cartridges you have, there's still only 3 options for smokers. And it sucks donkey balls because I needed a big tank system, a direct-to-lung tank system. And there are no direct-to-lung systems authorized by the FDA. And we'll kind of get to that in a little bit here when we look at the data and the science behind it, why. But this is what I needed to transition away from combustible cigarettes.
Definitely, me too.
But you can't ignore, the public cannot ignore the constant battering and barrage of scare stories out there, all saying the same thing. What happened to independent journalism? Youth vaping is fast becoming an epidemic. Wait a minute, they already said that in the United States. You over in UK can't come up with a better way to phrase it? More accurate?
Nope.
It's not an epidemic. It's a non-communicable disease. You can't call it an epidemic. The definition doesn't fit.
See, there's another way of looking at it as well. We all know cigarettes are bad for you and they kill you and endorse it. Why don't we just go along the lines and say vaping is bad for you? Then they probably will endorse it.
Yeah. Here we had Dr. Kelly Henning talking about a bipartisan U.S. Conference of Mayors who just approved a resolution to prohibit all flavored tobacco products, underscoring the strong, broad support across the country to stop tobacco companies from using these products to target and addict kids. The whole statement is nothing but a fabricated lie. First off, vaping was not a big tobacco product. It is now because of the PMTA in the United States, but that's not where it started. We can go back in history and we can cover the history of vaping one day if you guys really want to talk about it, but the first invention of a vaporizing device was actually a pharmaceutical product, patented back in the 30s, 1930s. But the fact remains, they banned flavored vaping products in New York. San Francisco did a complete flavor ban. First off, the people that really want this stuff, they just leave San Francisco and go to the bordering towns and cities to buy their stuff. Same as New York. You just go to the Indian reservation or you go outside of the state and you buy your stuff. But for kids that are buying the stuff on the black market, well, when the black market dries up because their friends who were old enough to purchase it and were handing it to the younger generations can't access it readily, guess what they're going to go do? Troubled youth are going to do what troubled youth do. And if you can't have a vape, well, then I guess we're going to have to smoke a real cigarette. That's exactly what happened in San Francisco. Congratulations. Flavor ban accomplished.
At the end of the day, the cigarettes are putting money in their pockets, won't it? That's the thing.
Yeah, isn't that convenient?
I mean,
and the worse job they do, the more money they get.
Exactly. So
fortunately, science keeps marching along, and there are more studies suggesting that the use of vapes for smoking cessation work. Latest Cochrane review showed evidence that nicotine vapes led to higher quit rates than other nicotine products used for smoking cessation. While researchers at the University of Michigan School of Medicine reiterated that there is enough evidence to support the use of vapes as a first-line aid for smoking cessation. Put the patches, gums, and lozenges as an option, but hand the smoker a vaping kit and they will quit smoking if they want to quit. You give them a beautiful sweet fruit or custard or whatever flavor floats their boat, and they won't want to smoke because they have something that is definitely more attractive, more appealing, and will not harm them as much.
And it's cheaper in most cases.
Yeah, until they tax it equally, which is the dumbest thing in the world. If you want to encourage harm reduction, you don't tax the less harmful product the same as you tax the harmful product. I mean, think about it. Imagine if non-alcoholic beer was taxed like alcoholic beer.
Oh, be hello. Whoa, what?
Might as well drink the alcoholic beer if it's going to cost the same.
Exactly.
Then they wonder why alcoholism rates are going to be skyrocketing.
Yep.
I'll be adding these links into the description of the video, but once again, science keeps marching along, and eventually it's going to get to the point where they're not going to be able to deny the facts. And speaking of facts, well, I took the bait. I'm sorry. I know people say, don't take his bait. Don't reply.
You've took it.
But when I have irrefutable science to controvert his statements, I can't help but at least dropping a link to the science to get him to think and look at things from a different perspective. Some people say he's a bot, but that's just like when they call us bots.
Or a butt or a bot.
A butt or a bot or both. So, once again, he posted a study. And it said on here, yet studies show that 90% of electronic cigarettes tested contain either diacetyl or 2,3-pentanedione, another harmful chemical known to cause popcorn lung. Dummy, popcorn lung has nothing to do with diacetyl or this other stuff, okay? It has to do with vitamin E acetate. Anyway, I simply dropped a study that says what constitutes tobacco smoke and compare the cigarette emissions to the e-cigarette emissions, and guess what you're going to find? A 3-pack-a-day smoker consumes 20,154 micrograms of diacetyl. Over the course of the week, that's 141,078 micrograms of diacetyl versus an electronic cigarette, which the diacetyl ranged from below the limit of quantification, meaning they had indication that it's in the vapor, but it was below the detectable threshold that they can say it's definitely 0.1 or 0.02. The machine can go down to 0.02, but they can't like quantify it below 1 microgram or thereabouts. The point being, some e-cigarettes can last a full week of use. So we compare the results from your study that you posted to the results of the study that I posted, and now we have 141,078 micrograms versus 239 micrograms. I say THR works. Kind of obvious when you look at the numbers. And his reply is, where's the source for this claim, and why have we not seen popcorn lung in smokers? Because it has nothing to do with diacetyl. Don't be a moron. If diacetyl was the cause of popcorn lung, smokers would be fucking falling down left and right from popcorn lung. Go find something else that causes popcorn lung.
These people just can't see the woods for the trees.
That's because a volley has nothing to do with popcorn lung. Popcorn lung adds only 8 people have died from popcorn lung, and they were popcorn factory line workers that stood on the side of the spraying nozzles verifying that they were still working properly when the seeds were running down the belt getting sprayed with diacetyl.
Mm-hmm.
And it boils down once again to the fact that your lungs cannot metabolize oil.
Exactly.
You can't get rid of it. So it scars your tissues and damages your lungs. And for those of you that want to see the horse's mouth, here's the study that he posted, and here's the readings for the different flavors. And this does bring up a valid point that I do think we need to be consciously aware of. Look at the peach schnapps flavor. Okay? Look at the readings from that peach schnapps flavoring. Diacetyl's 240. And acetoin, which breaks down chemically into diacetyl, is 530.
Ooh.
That's pretty alarming. When you look at every these other ones that are only like 8, 1.6, 5.9, 4.9. And I'm not even going to get into the ones that are below the threshold of detection, LOD. And LOQ is below the level of quantification, meaning they can't assign an actual number to it. It was above 0.02 micrograms.
Basically, it's that low they couldn't even detect it, pretty much.
Right. They knew that it was there, but they couldn't tell exactly whether it was 1 or 1.1 or 0.9 or 0.8.
Jesus Christ, man. Holy moly.
Look what the wife brought me.
Ooh.
She obviously thinks I need more alcohol. Look at beautiful cup she just made. She just made that cup. That cup wasn't in our house this morning.
That's so cool. Oh, you're spoiled.
That's that story in mixed berry vodka.
You're spoiled.
I am spoiled.
He is.
However,
He's spoiled up.
you know me, I want to actually look at the facts. Here's the study that I posted to him. The toxic carbonyl compounds in cigarette smoke. And let's look at the chart, okay? Kind of obvious when you look at the entire chart.
Your screen's not wide enough to freaking display them long numbers.
Oh, just give me one moment. And I
Them
will,
long numbers.
I will lock everything into place. And then I'll scroll this up so everybody can see the beautiful numbers. Okay.
Wow.
Here's all the brands that they tested from A through O. And let's just compare and take a look at these numbers. Oh, how about the acrolein levels? Oh, 431, 220. Every single one of these is multiple hundreds. Look at the diacetyl levels. 433, 308, 335, 350, 359, 355, 303, 320. Every single one of them's over 300. And this is for one cigarette.
One. Gee,
One
mate.
cigarette.
How? Wow.
So you can do the math. Anybody can do the math. 300 times 20. That's for how much you're going to get out of one pack of smokes. That's how much diacetyl every smoker consumes. Simple math. 7 days a week. And if you're 3 packs a day, then you multiply times 3 and then times 7. You can just follow through with the math. And then you want to compare it to his numbers. And from his chart.
Night
What?
and day, innit? Night and day.
The only one that we should be concerned about is peach schnapps. 238 and 529.
You
It's
see that
still
on,
less than a combustible cigarette.
But you do see that on ELR anyway. You know, there are warnings when there's the shit like that going on. You know, at least people tell you, you know, that this might be slightly high or this might be this or that. But with these, they're just bad. You know, nothing.
Yeah. So we could be focusing on putting the information out there to say this flavoring is one that you should definitely hold back on. Okay? But UK regulations prohibit diacetyl from being put into your e-liquids nowadays because of the big diacetyl scare. Even though the numbers show there's nothing to be concerned about. I mean, it's less than cigarette smoke.
Yeah.
If you can eliminate it, well, then you eliminate it and you have even less harm.
You see, because the way these buggers look at it, right? They don't think the average Joe will look into science. The average Joe, they're going, don't do this, don't you? Go, all right, I believe you. And they're probably not looking into it. But people who think logically or do question some of these.
Critical thinking
decisions.
is the foundation of science.
Yeah.
I want to see the data and I want to compare it for myself. And then when I verify that what you said is true, then I'll agree with you. But until then, when I know the facts are different, I'm going to tell you that the facts are different. And I'm going to show you where I'm coming up with the numbers. And these numbers right here tell the whole freaking truth.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the levels of formaldehyde. Every single one of them, with the exception of the one brand, is over 100. They didn't even check for formaldehyde in here. Why? It's going to be created when you take and you warm something up. Certain chemical compounds will naturally break down and result in formaldehyde when you heat them. That's what we do in a vape. We heat these compounds
Yeah.
and we breathe them in. So why isn't somebody working on a flavor registry where the flavoring compounds can be registered into there to tell you exactly what the chemical constitution is going to be if you vaporize it? That's the kind of thing that we smokers need to have to improve our health outcomes. Not this bullshit misinformation that says the vaping is worse than smoking. The data shows obviously otherwise. So because you're out there beating the drum telling me how bad it is, I don't believe you, and anything else you say, I definitely don't believe you. If you can't get this right, when it's this obvious, how the hell am I supposed to believe you when you say anything else? Where did you get this source from? The fucking numbers and the data, you dumbass. If you would have read the study I posted, you would have seen the same thing. And then you would have to go, well, maybe I'm releasing this diarrhea out of my mouth. I'm supposed to be an intellectual person that can think for myself, and here I am. Here's the data. Look at it. Kind of goes to a tweet that I posted. Well, we'll get to that one. Kind of goes to a tweet that I posted. I picked this up a long time ago, and it's something that I think everybody should be aware of. It contains more than 4,000 chemicals and is spread into every human body on Earth. Along its components are formaldehyde, acetone, ethanol, ketone bodies, dihydrogen monoxide, tryptophan, urea, and a bunch of other really long, scary names. And at least 20 different kinds of acids. Nearly every chemical constituent will, in certain concentrations, kill children and adults. Chemical compounds within it are also used in yoga mats, explosives, warfare, and industrial applications. It is now so pervasive that every human baby is born with high concentrations already in his or her tiny little body. Healthcare workers, pharmaceutical companies, and governments spend billions each year to maintain or increase its presence in citizens. What? It's your own blood. Don't be alarmed by words you don't understand or people who want to scare you on Facebook or Twitter because they're bored, ignorant, or both. Read, understand, and reduce the stupid in society.
Wow.
Science, it reduces the stupid.
Yep. Holy moly.
You wonder why I focus on science? Because it's blatantly obvious when you actually look at it.
When I first looked at that, I thought it was a blinking disposable. What?
It's a vial of blood.
That's what I'm saying, but when I first looked at it, I thought 4,000 chemicals were disposable. What?
It's a vial of blood.
Yeah.
But the science tells the truth. He's posting it saying, oh, look at all these things that we found in there. And I'm like, yeah, look at the levels you found. Most of them were below the detectable instruments. Yes, we do have one here that people should be concerned about. But guess what? Even with these high levels, it's still less than a single cigarette. And we're talking about an electronic cigarette that replaces an entire pack of smokes, at the very least.
Exactly.
And this is what they found in an entire electronic cigarette. And we look at the science and we compare it against what they found in a single cigarette. Night and day. There's nothing to even talk about.
Oh, it is. It's total night and day. I mean, how?
And here's another thing that, we keep coming back to. And I've talked about this one before, but I wanted to put the link in there for people that want to find it. Evaluation of chemical exposures at a vape shop. Okay. This was a report done. It's not zero. but there was a bunch of it that was below what they could test for. You know, here's your standard vape shop. And it was old school vape shop where you could go and you could test stuff. And there was a lounge where you could sit and hang out and vape. You know, nicotine in the air. How much was in there? Talk about the equipment that they use to test for it. Volatile organic compounds. All the stuff that OSHA is supposed to check for. Right? And they found, you know, violation of, oh, well, this was in here with the food.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I'm going to talk about safety, whatever. Here's the levels that they found. Diacetyl. Air sampling results. Not detected. ND.
Just blow that up for us a bit there, bud. Yeah, that's lovely.
Yeah.
ND, my God, man.
Not detectable.
Look at all the
0.8.
NDs up there.
Yeah. And look at the sample duration. 514 minutes they were sampling the air to come up with 5.9, 0.8, and 1.4. Need I go back to what's in a single cigarette? One cigarette.
Wow.
Compared to 514 minutes of testing of the air inside of a vape shop.
Wow.
Hands down.
How can you
Tells you
argue
what you
with
need
that?
to.
How
You
can even
can't.
possibly put up an argument with that? You can't put an argument up against that. There's just, there isn't one. It's fact.
Look at this one. Day 1, day 2 at the juice bar. 564 minutes one day, 509 minutes the other day. Not detected, not detected. 0.73, not detected, not detected, not detected. You want to cry the blues? We need to ban these. We need to ban these. No, morons. Focus on what's actually causing the harm in people and where they actually do have easily quantifiable and easily measurable damage and harm. And the thing is, this right here takes how many decades of us smoking before we finally started to realize, yeah, this shit's making us sick. Well, and you look at the numbers that you have in vaping products, and well, if we're going to do some math, let's do some math. How much is it going to take for 1.6 of diacetyl to cause harm? If it took 4 decades before every single cigarette had 400 some in it to cause us harm. Well, we're going to be about 500 years old before it starts showing its health effects?
Well, going back to them cigarette numbers, I know you're going off a cigarette, times it by 20 for a pack of 20.
Yeah.
Times it by whatever, say 3, 4, by how many packs you have a day. Then times that again by 7 for how many packs you smoke a week. Then you can go on and on and on. Times it by the month, times it by the year, and then look at all the years you've smoked and all that shit that's went in your body over all them years.
Yeah. That's essentially taking what I did here and continuing it on. This is just 1 week. Multiply that times 52 to get how much it is over the course of a year. And how many electronic cigarettes would you use over the course of a year that each have 240? The numbers become even more ridiculous when you look at it over the course of an entire year. And then figure 3 decades before people start getting sick from smoking. So multiply the numbers out till 3 decades. That's where you'll see the harm. And then how many years would it have to take of electronic cigarette use every single day for you to even come close to that number? You're going to be long dead and gone, and your grandkids are going to be long dead and gone before it hurts you.
We'll be in the next century at least.
But we don't know yet. There isn't enough science.
Yeah, right.
Shove it up your ass. The numbers are obvious. We see through your bullshit. We've known this data, and people just don't like putting the data out there sometimes because people don't like to sit there and read constantly. It's only, fools like me that have spent my entire lifetime learning and learning and learning and never being satiated when it comes to knowledge. So whatever interests me, I know everything there is to know about it. And if I don't know about it, I'm going to find the information and I'm going to read it and I'm going to learn it. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to look for contravening sources that state the opposite. I'm going to listen to their case on it. And then I'm going to make up my own mind for myself. It's kind of obvious when you look at this.
That's what it boils down at the end of the day. Your choice, the end user's choice. Same with smoking. You know it's bad, but if you choose to do it, that's your decision.
Caveat emptor. Buyer beware. I buy these flavorings. I use them to mix my own e-liquids. I want to be well aware of what health risks I'm imparting on myself, and nobody else should have the right to determine my health outcome. That's my choice. It's my right as a human being to make my decisions on what I want to consume and what I don't want to consume.
Exactly.
And getting to that whole thing you were talking about, breaking these numbers down over the course of a whole year, right? And the fact that they say that it was the smoking that got us sick, right? Can we be sure of that? Yes, I'm sure it contributed to it, but is that the only reason why there's so many of us sick? And there's so many people with cancer?
Smoking's just one of many toxins that we absorb, inhale, whatever, in our everyday lives, which is one of many.
I'm not going to be a nut job and tell you that, smoking doesn't cause people to get sick. I know it causes people to get sick. I know it causes emphysema and a host of other problems. And it makes you more likely to have a heart attack and a stroke. And there's a whole list of things that introduce comorbidity factors that can be directly attributed to smoking. But I hate to tell you guys, the world we live in is not safe. Especially if you live in the United States, where most of our regulatory agencies are captured by the pharmaceutical industries or the chemical companies. I'm so disappointed in how much science is tainted with obviously biased influences.
But the thing is, right?
And how many of the scientific journals are basically advertising streams for pharmaceutical companies.
The thing is, how these governments, they'll act on some things that are bad for us and they won't on others, depending on how much money they can make. Look at years ago. Leaded petrol. You have leaded petrol in the States? Leaded petrol.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Lead in makeup, lead in this. Everybody's dying. Right, we're going to ban
I was
lead.
probably 6 or 7 whenever they stopped selling leaded gasoline.
Leaded petrol.
And they were, and you had to go to the auto parts store to buy a bottle of lead to add to your gas tank if you had a vehicle that was manufactured before.
Right. It was an additive to stop your valves burning out. That's where it was. It burnt your valves out.
Exactly.
But the thing is,
and nowadays they had to do the same thing with ethanol. They keep pumping up the levels of ethanol in there, and the hoses and the seals aren't capable of dealing with this ethanol that we have in our fuel nowadays. If you got an old car, you better be buying an ethanol-free fuel, or you're going to be replacing all this stuff.
There's still additives in modern vehicles. Diesel trucks over here use something called an AdBlue. AdBlue, helps keep the emissions down, all that shit.
DEP.
Mm-hmm.
They sell it here too.
Yeah.
But I've said this before, and I've been pissed off about this before, because I used to drink when I was a paramedic. I used to drink 2-liter bottles of Mountain Dew every single day, like my smoking habit, not realizing that it contained brominated vegetable oil. And you heard me guys bitching about the fact that my coffee has titanium dioxide in it. It's what makes my coffee look white, even though it doesn't have hardly any vanilla flavor in it. It has no cream in it whatsoever. There's a whole host of chemicals, over 10,000, that are banned in Europe and Asia and all over the rest of the world. That here in the United States, well, the FDA said it was generally recognized as safe back in the 50s, and we haven't tested it since then, and we're going to leave it out of the market, so it's okay. Don't worry about it.
And you think about it, even the major source of life itself on Earth is chemicalized. That shit that comes out your tap.
Water.
Yeah.
And why they're making such a big deal about forever chemicals and about the pots and pans that they used to sell. They used to spray this anti-stick coating on stuff, and it used to flake off while we were cooking. And we ate that, and then we excreted that, and the waste treatment plants can't get rid of it because it's a forever chemical. So I came across this. I thought this would be interesting for us to have a nice little break from me ranting and raving and just bring some facts as a point of comparison to the relative harm that may result from vaping.
We're back at 7:14. Go ahead, take a look around your kitchen, and there's likely a chance that some of the foods you see include chemicals that are banned in other countries due to health concerns like cancer, for example.
In fact, some companies even make two versions of their products, one without these additives, which is sold in Europe, and then another with the additives, and we eat that. It's crazy. Boston 25 consumer investigator Jason Law exposes some of those foods and how to avoid them.
Kids, gonna have some for lunch?
The Shaw family has slowly been changing their eating habits over the last few years, growing more of their own fruits and vegetables, and even giving their pantry a makeover.
It's been a slow process of swapping out.
Amber Lee says there are some ingredients in common snacks that she wants her kids to avoid eating.
You'd be surprised.
Surprised, she says, by how many major food companies make one version of their products for Europe, India, or China, and another version for the US, where fewer additives are banned.
It's hard to explain.
Scott Faber is with the Environmental Working Group, or EWG, which tracks the use of food additives worldwide.
Many of the chemicals that are in your food, if they have been reviewed by FDA, have not been reviewed for 40 or 50 years. And as you can imagine, there's been a lot of scientific developments and changes in how we use these chemicals.
The Federal Drug Administration hasn't reviewed them because in 1966, it deemed hundreds of additives as generally recognized as safe, or GRAS. Today, that GRAS list includes about 1,000 additives. The Environmental Working Group highlights...
That's what you should be eating, grass.
Now remember, guys, folks, okay? All of these flavorings that we use in our e-liquids are on the FDA's generally recognized as safe list, okay? And it's completely different than the generally recognized as safe list or their equivalent thereof in Europe. Some of the things have been banned in Europe. Just like we talk about diacetyl, DAP. You know, we've got DAP-free flavorings. That's why there's new formulations out there, the DX version, where the diacetyl, acetyl, acetoin, and propylene, the DAP has been removed from the flavorings, and they've reformulated it without those constituents in them. Wouldn't it be nice if the FDA, rather than trying to ban all products out on the market, simply said, here's the science that we already know is actually safe to inhale, and this is what the science shows that is not safe to inhale, so make sure none of that's in your e-liquids. And as long as you manufacture one that doesn't have any of the bad stuff in it, well, then, you know, you can go and sell it. But that's not the route they took.
That's probably the trend,
most common additives on the GRAS list that are banned in other countries, including brominated vegetable oil. It's found in some citrus-flavored sodas and fruity drinks.
My Mountain Dew that I drank for decades. Look at the side effects of what it is if you consume this.
Multiple peer-reviewed studies found the chemical causes neurological problems and increases fat and cholesterol in the heart and liver.
Fatty liver disease, Alzheimer's, dementia.
Propylparaben, a preservative, is used in pastries and some tortillas, but a study by Harvard found it causes developmental and reproductive harm. Potassium bromate is often found in bread, rolls, and flour tortillas. It is banned in most countries around the world except for Japan, and the United States. The International Agency for Research on Cancer determined it is a possible human carcinogen linked to cancer of the thyroid, kidneys, and other organs. And
and that is in our bread. You wonder why our bread can stay on the counter for 2 to 3 weeks, never grow any mold on it.
I've nailed it on the head. I've nailed it. I've just nailed the vaping solution. For the EU, they're taking all the dodgy flavourings out of our e-liquid. They're leaving them in for yours. That's why you're fucked. That's all I'm saying.
I have a suspicion that's been growing over time that we're fucked no matter what we do because they've been screwing us for decades.
Yeah.
Titanium dioxide is a color.
All the shit that's gone in here, it's in the food chain, it's in the cycle. So we eat it and blow it. Obviously, it's got to come out somewhere. It does come out. We dispose of it. Where's it all end up? The fucking sea. What do we eat a lot of? Fish. What do we eat? Fucking crap. You know what I mean? It's a circle. This has been going on for fucking centuries.
And people say, we shouldn't have foreign policy. We shouldn't, be involved in other countries' decisions. Well, I'm sorry, but what happens over here affects you over there, and what happens over there affects us over here.
Oh,
especially like you said, when it gets into the oceans. Titanium dioxide was like the third ingredient on my coffee creamer that I used to buy. Great value creamer from Walmart. French vanilla creamer. And that's because it's basically in paint used to make it white. That's what they use it for in food and candy.
I think what happened, right?
Used in salad dressings.
What's happened since processed foods come along? It's been the type of things to compare it. Processed food has done what mesh did the vaping, right? It made everything easier, everything less fucking fannying on. It was instant there, it was brilliant. So all your shit is in that processed food. Obviously, I'm probably, yourself included, probably the last generation who used to have good old-fashioned home-cooked food, fresh meals, fresh vegetables, all that. Now, all this processed crap, frozen crap, world's doomed.
Mallory Gates says that she should get a discount from her embalmer because she's already self-embalmed with all these preservatives in the food that we've been eating for decades.
I can confirm that with my wife because obviously she's in the funeral trade. They're using about 30% less formaldehyde now to preserve bodies because we're already preserved.
It's funny until you really sit back and think about the fact that we've been doing this to ourselves for how many years, never thinking twice about it. The whole purpose of the FDA is to keep us safe, keep the food chain safe, keep our water and our energy safe for the EPA. And here the chemical companies are like funding studies that say, it's not that bad for you. It's not that bad for you. So how many decades go by before some scientist that's trying to get his PhD does a study out of the blue and reveals the shocking truth that they've been screwing us for a long time?
Well, definitely. I mean, it's only recently, it's been a few years, but it's only recently that they've decided the dangers of crop spray and pesticides. You know what I mean? How many years have they been doing that
glyphosate
before they decide to think, yeah.
And the best
how many years
friend
going on?
For all these chemical companies, all these manufacturing companies, all these pharmaceutical companies are class action lawsuits. Because guess what?
Yeah.
Once you settle it and it becomes public knowledge that they settled it and they screwed up, well, then you can't go and sue them because they've already paid out for that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I make such a big deal about the fact that over 70% of the advertising revenue on the evening news comes from pharmaceutical companies selling you Viagra because you can't get a hard-on anymore.
Well,
except it was all the poisoning that they put into your food supply that caused you to have circulatory problems you wouldn't have had otherwise.
That's why I'm still a firm believer. I'm still a firm believer, and I've said this from day one, that cancer is a man-made disease. Not natural, it's man-made. I'm a firm believer in that.
There are certain cancers that naturally develop over the course of your body because your body forgets how to accurately reproduce, DNA, but it doesn't need any help, which it gets plenty of from ingredients like this that are now banned in Europe, but we still have plenty of it in every grocery store across the entire United States.
This is what I'm saying, because also the other thing that points towards it, cancer treatments never changed for, half a century, if not more. Still the same. The same treatment.
Chemo and radiation.
Yeah, that's it. It's never changed. With all the wonders of technology and all the wonders of medicine and all the wonders of science we've got this day and age, they're still doing the same treatment they did 60, 70 years ago.
Well, if you're rich enough and they can milk you even more than they normally would, then you can get some advanced CRISPR-designed treatments, immunotherapies to attack certain kinds of cancer. But if you can't afford $21,000 a shot, well, you're just going to die.
For the general numbers, for the general populace, for the general list, there's nothing like that. So that's been the same shit for over half a century, and yet nothing's changed. Makes you fucking think. Makes you think. And yet, like you say, radiation,
coffee
chemotherapy,
creamer, and candy.
They're putting
2 years
poison
ago,
in you. They're killing a poison with a poison. How does that work?
Here we go. Salad dressings, coffee creamer, and candy. How do you think that candy is that beautifully white? It has nothing to do with sugar. It's a coating of titanium dioxide.
You look at sugar in its raw form. It's not white.
Nope. They bleach it.
Yeah. It's brown-ish.
Yeah.
The European Food Safety Authority ruled that it can no longer be considered safe, citing studies that it can damage your DNA. So how do you know if your favorite food has these additives? The Environmental Working Group has a search function on its website. It gives each product a rating from 1 to 10, 10 being the highest concern. And those numbers are based on nutrition, ingredients, and processing. You can click on ingredients and find the exact chemicals in that product. Amber Lee Shaw says for now, she's going to research what her family is eating for her own peace of mind.
It's a family affair.
But just like Dusty Country Road says, she's growing a lot of her own stuff.
We all pick up everything. We're those annoying people that are like, oh my gosh, this is in it.
When asked about this report, the FDA sent a statement saying in part, it is not uncommon for a substance to be approved in one jurisdiction, but not in another. Going on to say food manufacturers are...
Wait a minute here. Food manufacturers are responsible for marketing safe foods. Well, why don't they say that about vaping companies? Vape manufacturers are responsible for marketing safe vaping products that are less harmful than combustible cigarettes.
What about tobacco companies? Is your product safe?
We already know the answer to that one.
But yet they can still do it.
Common sense person would say appropriate for the production of health is anything that's less harmful.
Holy shit, man, honestly, God.
And then after it's out on the market and they do some tests and they go, oh, well, this ingredient in this flavoring compound causes harm, so it will no longer be allowed in it from this point forward. The general consensus would be as time goes on, things would get safer and safer and safer, and we get less sick and be healthier people.
Responsible for marketing safe foods. I'm Jason Law for your local station, Boston 25 News.
We're back at 7:14. Go ahead, take a...
Unbelievable, eh?
Yeah, almost as unbelievable as this one. Rishi Sunak wants to cut your tax by 2% before the general election. Prime Minister said that it is that to be keen on reviving his Tory leadership pledge to bring down income tax rates, he needs to fight for this. Will it happen?
Take shit out with a pinch of salt. Well, it'll happen. But there'll be something in return.
What is he compromising on in order to get that to come through?
This is what makes me laugh.
They're always so chipper.
This is why our health system this is why our whole fucking employment sector and the government under government run is all the fuck, because you know they've absolutely, the NHS, they've stripped it bare of any funding. They've just totally stripped it bare. It's on its knees. You know what I mean? It's understaffed. The people are overworked. They're underpaid because they've stripped it. It's all about numbers, targets, and figures. There's no patient care anymore. It's just numbers. It's a numbers game. It's as simple as that. And you know.
Speaking of numbers games, kind of like how they do this. More misinformation, right? The headline said they were going to drop it 2%, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Sunak announced it's only 1 pence income tax cut for 2024.
Yeah, because when you put it in the realistic figures, he might be cutting your basic rate of income tax, but there's fucking prices, taxes, and go on other stuff. So it just balances itself out to absolutely either fuck all or very little. So it gives him one hand and he taketh away with the other. That's how he works. It's just fact, honestly. That's to keep all the other businesses, the stock markets, and all the crap. You know, 2%, yeah, let's go. And then all of a sudden, boom, it's gone. Where'd that 2% gone? You raised on that one.
It's actually 1 pence, and we raised 4 other things in the background you didn't know about.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
We'll be living in austerity. We'll be tax the tits. We'll be bringing our companies are being stripped the bare bone, and then he's trying to cut taxes again. Fuck me. Unbelievable. Where's the economics? Where's his economics coming from?
Well, just like New York, banning flavored vaping products.
Attention. Vaping is better than smoking.
So we're going to ban it.
Every day.
We're going to ban it.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, you banned it. And here we go. The Center for Disease Control recently published the 2021 results of the biennial Youth Risk Behavior Survey for New York. There you go, right there. They banned flavored electronic cigarette products in July of 2020. 5% of New York high school students reported currently smoking combustible cigarettes. Congratulations. Cigarette smoking went up.
And that's for a generation as well, because they won't quit. That's another generation hooked on cigarettes.
Yep. You ban the less harmful product, so guess what they're going to go and do? They're going to go back to the original product that you and I smoked and got hooked on.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Oh, brilliant, isn't it? In fact, nowadays you should actually give them a round of applause for that. You know what I mean? That's how clever they are.
Yeah, we can do that. I just have to switch screens.
I'm enjoying them. I mean,
there you go.
There you go. Yeah. Take a bow. Take a bow.
Cheers.
Yeah.
To your decreased health for the next generation.
It's population control. I'm convinced now. It's population control, mate. My conspiracy theory is looking good.
And nobody's asking this question. And I have to applaud Lindsay Stroud for once again pointing out the obvious. Figure out why these kids are choosing to do this. Okay? Don't just go, oh my God, look at all the vaping that they're doing. Why are they vaping?
Exactly.
Figure out why they're vaping before you decide to do anything. Because if you get wrong and you just try and clamp down on it, guess what? You're going to be like Australia. They banned all nicotine imports. No nicotine vaping products in Australia. You have to get a prescription if you want to use nicotine to quit smoking. Black Market says, thank you. Appreciate you giving us a whole new target of people to... And so are the cartels. The big cartels, they have a new cash infusion because you know banned it, relegated it to black market, who's always going to be happy to supply people what they want. Just like they do with heroin and cocaine and everything else under the sun.
You're funding a black market, you're funding drug use, you're even funding terrorism. You know what I mean? That's how they make their money, selling shit on the black market.
Yeah. So let's take a moment and try and figure out, why are these youth using e-cigarettes? And when you take e-cigarettes away from them, why are they smoking now? Why did we make it worse? Maybe because we never bothered to address the underlying fundamental problem that's causing these people to seek self-medication to make themselves feel better. Let's look at mental health in America. This is the youth ranking. Darker is worse. I can't forget watching the show. There's a show about a single simple airline company that's in Australia, about the Alaskan Airways, and I can't get the picture out of my head about her crying over the suicide that went on in Alaska, and how the teen suicide rate in Alaska is astronomical. These people are lonely, they're scared, they're depressed. And we keep ignoring that problem because we can crack down on vaping. Vaping is bad. We're going to crack down on vaping. Then people go back to smoking. Well, we need to crack down on smoking too. Maybe if you fix the underlying problem that's causing this depression and anxiety to be so prevalent, well, guess what? Maybe they wouldn't seek this self-medication using nicotine or whatever they can get their hands on.
It's obviously,
here's a chart.
It's obviously some kind of escape from real life, isn't it? You just want to get away in whichever way you can. Get drunk, get high, get whatever. You just want to fucking get me out of this.
Here's the breakdown in rates per state. And this is for a major depressive episode, one that leads to somebody becoming hospitalized for depression. Look at the rates. You want to talk about teen smoking and teen vaping? They're less than 5%. Okay? Worst case scenario back in 2016 or whatever, when it was the epidemic, it was 15%. Boy, doesn't that correlate with the rates of depression throughout the entire country? Look at the percentage. 15% of these people had major depressive episodes.
And if you want to go further down the line, look at suicide rates. Look at the ages of suicide. Young people. High numbers of young people.
Especially teenage girls.
Yeah. Yeah.
In modern society, and having to look beautiful and picturesque, and, you know, oh, the filter doesn't make me look beautiful. I'm an ugly person.
Yep. And you can thank your social media for that one.
We didn't have that problem when we were growing up. All we had is bullies to deal with.
Yeah. But normally when you took them around the corner one-to-one, that sorted that problem.
Severe major depression. Youth with severe major depression. 8%, 10%, 11%, 12%, 14%. Wow. Almost 15% in Wyoming.
Holy shit, man.
And then naturally, you're going to find a correlation with substance use disorder, because people are going to self-medicate to feel better.
Of course they are.
Here's the number that really pisses me off. How about youth that had major depressive episodes who did not receive mental health services? What percentage do you think that is?
It'd be low because they're crippled over here as well. We've got next to out.
What percentage do you think of these kids that had these major depressive episodes didn't actually get medical attention?
3.
Keep going.
Higher or lower?
Much higher.
Really?
30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%. In Texas, 73% of the kids with major depressive disorders did not get medical help.
Sorry,
and you wonder why there's such high suicide rates.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I went the other way with the question. I thought was people that did get help.
That's fine.
That's why I went to the door. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. These are numbers nobody bothers to think about. They're too wrapped up in, you know, they have their blinders on like a horse walking in front of a cart. And they see what the social media puts in front of them, and they totally forget about looking at the underlying causes. What would cause these people to seek?
Compounded, you could probably see it, mental health is the vaping part of the health service. Just, you know, it's just not catered for, or, you know, it's just ignored, or it's not. Our mental health service here is on its knees. You know, you go.
Here's the proof.
You go for like you're on like year 2 year waiting list now, man, to see any kind of mental health professional in here. Easy.
Well, 19.7% of people in the UK aged 16 and over showed symptoms of anxiety or depression in 2014. Yeah. And as typical, higher in females at 22.5% than males at 16.8%.
Yeah.
So what's it like now after post-COVID?
Oh. It'll be an ouch.
1 in 6 adults in the UK. 1 in 6 have mental health issues such as anxiety, stress, loneliness, depression. Women are twice as likely to experience depression than men are. 15% of women receive treatment for depression compared to only 9% of men. We're still dealing with the stigmatism of men, you know, you got to be strong.
Yeah. And also, like you said, you know, women have got the pressures of an image they've got to, you know, attire to.
Here's the part that really should be shocking to most people. Around 17% of adults in the UK experienced some form of depression in the summer of 2021, compared to just 10% before the pandemic.
Wow. Fucking hell.
And it's worse when you take a look at workplace depression. 56% of employees are experiencing symptoms of depression at work. Female employees are 20% more likely to experience these symptoms. Talk about youth, 61% of employees aged 16 to 24 have depression. And you said there's such a backlog to get help?
Yeah. Oh,
imagine how much there would be if more than 10% of the people actually tried to get help.
Well, there's that. But some people don't know they need help as well. There's that. But this is free world. Imagine, you know, this is kind of where I kind of compare this, right? You know, with the fast-paced life we live now with social media, all that stuff. You know, when I keep thinking back to wartime, you know, what these people went through the war. You know, none of this shit. There are no, you know, lights out at this such. You know, that must be fucking hard as well. And that must have played up at their stairs as well. You know what I mean? Goddamn dog. And that was wartime. So I'd love to see the figures compared to then, from them to now. I bet they're pretty close when you consider it, where things are going at the moment.
There are some strong correlations between the increased rates of depression during World War II and what we're experiencing now.
Yeah.
But
that's what
maybe they should focus on the actual root cause of these people seeking medication rather than just wanting to straight outright ban it.
Man.
Are we wasting our money shoving all this misinformation into people, this fear mongering? Aren't people scared and panicky enough?
I suppose it kind of like filtrates into our leisure time as part of our unwinding cycle. You know what I mean? You're not an alcoholic unless you can't do without alcohol, but you can quite happily, like us, have a beer and chill out with a beer and chill out. It becomes a problem when you're dependent on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then it exacerbates the underlying cause of the problem that you're using it to treat.
Yeah.
And then the same thing can be said with vapes and teenagers. These disposable vapes, you know, with the teenagers using these things, they don't just use them like you and I use them to calm down.
No.
They're sitting there huffing and puffing on them to try and get attention, to get a buzz, to get away from the reality of their world.
Totally agree. I mean, it's the pressures they're under now are far greater. I'll give them that. The pressures like the youth and children are under now in this day and age are far greater than what my day. I mean, we just had a news thing here in the UK about the SATs exams for like nursery children. You know, like they were so hard. There was kids walking out of class in tears. You know, the children, for God's sake. You know what I mean? The SATs exams are just a way of monitoring how they're doing, not to sit there and, you know what I mean? You're like, fucking come on, man. The kids.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, man. There's so much
pressure of modern kids is so much more than what we had to deal with when we were growing up.
Oh, without a doubt. Like I say, we just dealt with bullies, didn't we? And that was it. And that was easily sorted. Unbelievable.
All right. Enough of this depressing news that's out there and, you know, facing reality. Let's take a look at the reality in Australia as this one MP questions why Australia is doubling down on an already proven failed prohibition. And this is just a 1 minute and 30-second snippet of it. I watched the full video of his questioning of these health professionals that come up with this plan, you know, and he drilled straight down into him and said, listen, I'm assuming that you talk to other countries like the UK and New Zealand to determine if what we're doing is in line with what's best for society. Well, somebody's looking into that. Looking into that? What do you mean looking into that? I personally got a hold of people in the UK and people in New Zealand and talked to them about it. And this is obviously a complete utter failure. And now we're doubling down on utter failure. Which brings us to this 1 minute, 30-second snippet.
And what is it today?
18 to 24 is 25%.
Is that grown from 5 to 25%?
That's what it says here from.
That's the number of smokers.
5 to 25%. He's like,
vaping.
What?
Teenage vaping from 5 to 25%.
If I'm reading that correctly.
So the prescription model that was introduced in mid-2020 on any metric has to be noted as a massive failure, doesn't it? I mean, proportion of use among young Australians grew by 5 times.
There's probably a variety of reasons why there's been a proliferation of use, and it would be difficult to trace all of those reasons. I don't think anybody's done a study of that, but...
I was told failure, doesn't it?
Let's check this again. I don't think anybody's done a study of that to figure out why it went from 5 to 25%. And I don't think we can just nail it on a failed prescription model. That has nothing to do with it.
Proportion of use among young Australians grew by 5 times.
There's probably a variety of reasons why there's been a proliferation of use, and it would be difficult to trace all of those reasons. I don't think anybody's done a study of that, but...
I was told, I mean, I was heavily involved, and I'm sure Professor Murphy remembers, and others, and with others, I was very critical of the decision in mid-2020, but I was assured that no, this is the right model and it will help crack down on the proliferation of vaping. Obviously, that was wrong. Why should we have any faith that the same people who were totally wrong about the 2020 reforms are going to be right about the 2023 reforms?
I don't think anybody could have predicted the widespread non-compliant is 25%.
I don't think anybody could have predicted the widespread misuse of vaping products. We banned them. We stopped everybody from getting them.
Lordy,
people still wanted them, right?
Yep.
Just because you banned it didn't stop consumer demand for the product, right?
God.
Anybody could have predicted the widespread non-compliance with the legal requirements. I just don't think people could have
I did,
predicted
and
that.
plenty of others did. I'd said at the time it would lead to a growth in the black market, and that's exactly what it's done. And now we're being told, no, it'll be all fine again through what is still a prescription model.
Go you,
or a
man,
pharmacy
my hero.
retail model. It seems very strange that we double down on failure like that, on massive failure too.
Massive failure. Utter rubbish. Thank you. We do have a politician calling out the bullshit. If you banned it once and it didn't work, what makes you think it's going to work if you double down on the ban?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like I say, the cigarettes.
Prohibition has never worked ever anywhere on the planet.
That total there from 5 to 25% of smoking. That's how much it's gone up, and I don't know why. Hello, you.
Kenny is banned from alcohol. Alex is banned from alcohol.
It's
Cheers,
like,
mate.
you know what I mean? No, it's like, anybody home? Hello? Anybody in? Holy moly.
Wrong answer. Nobody's home.
Absolutely. Well, the lights are on, but nobody's home, shall we say.
Yes. Hello, McFly.
Hello, McFly. Hello. Sorry, chat. Well,
Every
I've
vapor
been
on the
ignoring
planet
you.
warned them that this is going to happen. And they moved forward anyways. And here we are now. 3 years later, it's already proven a complete, utter rubbish failure that it is. So what are we going to do? We're going to double down on it.
Make it harder.
We're going to ban it to the pharmacy. That'll fix it. Hey, what would happen if they banned cigarettes to the pharmacy? I'll tell you what'll happen. There'll be a massive black market. There'll be people selling cigarettes on every street corner they're out there. They'll be more popular than cocaine, sales and heroin and LSD and psilocybins and mushrooms and
this side.
mollies.
I've got coke, mushrooms. No, you don't want that side? No, open the side. Cigarettes. Oh, got
There's some
Benson,
crystal
Hedges,
meth.
Regal. We don't want none of that. Nope, we want some Lambert and Butler, Regal King Size, Marlboro. I've got the lot here, boys. I've got the lot.
War on drug is a total failure. So we'll double down on it, double the border patrol, double the policing of it. Sir, 70% of the population's locked up in jail. We're doubling down on it anyway.
What the hell?
30% of the population now has to support the 70% that are incarcerated. And because the jail systems are now privately owned corporations, well, they're going to have to make a profit. So we're going to have to pay twice as much as you would pay if the state was running the penitentiaries. But we're not going to talk about that part of it.
No.
We'll just keep taxing the shit out of the people that are not locked up yet.
Yeah. That's fucking crazy, isn't it, man? I don't know, pal. I don't know. It's just like a never-ending merry-go-round, isn't it? Never-ending merry-go-round.
Yep. And we're sitting here playing armchair quarterback.
Yeah, and all for the sake of what? Somebody making a bit of money. Wow.
All for the diversification of a consumer industry that wanted to quit smoking and tried all the big pharma shit that failed, tried the big tobacco solutions of low nicotine cigarettes and, ultralights, and they weren't actually, any better for you than the full flavored, filtered free stuff that we were smoking. So somebody came up with a solution, and smokers found out, hey, if I use this, I don't have to smoke ever again. And people jumped on the bandwagon and says, I'm going to tell everybody I know about this. Because I wasted so much of my life trying to quit. And here we are, out there opening up shops on every street corner and converting droves of smokers into ex-smokers. So what's the government going to do? Ban it.
Yeah, because their pockets aren't getting filled with taxpayers' friggin' money on cigarettes. As simple as that. It's money, man. Money. Your life's not worth a fucking cent to them lot. Your life's not worth a red cent to all of them people. Not a thing.
And that's the reason money is the root of all evil.
Of course it is.
By the way, for the record, I must say, I have not made a single dime from this channel.
Me neither.
Despite the fact that people have given me super chats, and including my wife has given me numerous super chats on multiple occasions, I have yet to reach the $100 mark for the minimum threshold for Google to pay out on a channel.
Well, if it's any consolations, mine's totally the opposite. My channel's probably cost us fucking thousands of pounds and made fuck off.
Have you looked around?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm just sitting in a fucking armchair in my front room. Look at what you've got. Plus, ladies and gentlemen, he's sitting behind the fucking Starship Enterprise, by the way. I rest my case, Your Honor. You know what I mean?
But you know what? Here's the best part. In both of our situations, if we were still smoking instead of vaping, we would have spent more money.
Yeah, I suppose at least at this way we've got something physically to show for it.
And that includes me. That, all of that, and the cameras, and all these monitors, and the computer is still less money than I would have spent if I continued to smoke 3 packs a day.
I'll tell you, if I still smoked, none of this would exist. None of it. And I've always been kind of into photography and that kind of thing, but I would have never invested as much as I have if I still smoked. I wouldn't be able to afford it. Simple as that.
Yeah.
I'd still have an old VHS fucking camcorder on me. You know what I mean? Hello.
I do too.
Yeah. BBC,
I'm gonna go and get it.
BBC Radio 1. Hello. Have a look at this. He's gone for it all. I used to have one, big old-fashioned camera like that. And hello, people. Look at this zoom lens. Oh, I can see you right up your nose, mate. Oh, them were the days. We're all starting somewhere. We're all started with something. He's gone. You can hear him. He's digging, isn't he? There you go. Oh, mine was older than that.
Oh, you want to go older than that?
Now we're talking. That's what now you're there. Now you're there. And can you ever remember? You never have a tripod you used to rest on. Books, tables, fucking whatever. Didn't you?
Don't make me go get my camera back from the other room with my Canon AE1 and the 6 lenses that are in the bag.
Is that the one where you put the hood over?
No. Although I do have one of those too. It was the one that's like, it was an original Polaroid. Before Polaroid was a real company. Yeah. It's like this big and the front folds out and you pull out the hood.
It's like on a bellows, isn't it? It's like a bellows thing, wasn't it? It's
got the bellows hood for it. And, it's got the little latch on the front for the shutter.
Yeah.
And you used to be able to pull the black and white film out of it.
Wow, man. Jesus. Them were the days.
Since I was a kid, I loved cameras.
Yeah. Oh, I've always had a fascination with them. That, I mean, I think one of me things I wanted to be when I grew up as such was a wildlife photographer or a wildlife filmmaker. That's what my goal was as a child, but that just never, you know what you wish for as a child never happens, you know what I mean? So I ended up
growing up as a kid, I wanted to be an astronaut. NASA was my big obsession, especially because we lived right, outside of the airport and used to go to the space center there.
I mean, I had aspirations of doing, like you see, you want to be a racing driver, you want to do this, you want to do that, but I think I sharp cottoned onto that very early that was never going to happen.
I wanted to do is fly. Aviation Explorers in high school. I've got like 40 hours logged, but there's no way I could afford today to get my pilot's license.
I was in the air, we called the ATC nowadays, which was like the Air Training Corps, which is like a baby version of the RAF thing. That's where you start and you end up in the RAF. And I'd done a solo glider flight at the age of 13. So I've been
that's awesome.
I've done that when I was 13 years old. It suddenly took a nosedive, but I was there for about 5 seconds, and then,
I loved it. Yeah. As a junior in high school, I was in the Aviation Explorers, and I was actually the president of it my senior year. But I love the fact that we took a flight. They had an air show down in Dayton, Ohio, where the Wright brothers, invented flying. And they had an air show there. And 3 of us actually went down there and flew down there, and each of us got to fly a separate leg of the flight, as the pilot. But that was the greatest experience I had as a teenager, being able to fly down. We left Cleveland, we flew to Columbus, landed in Columbus, switched seats, went from Columbus to Dayton, Ohio, and got to fly the leg home from Dayton, Ohio to Cleveland.
I mean, that glider was just amazing. Obviously, a glider's no engine. You're just there on the air. And
gliding.
It's probably the most realistic thing to being a bird, so to speak.
Yeah.
You can ever come to, you know what I mean? Because all the thermals and all that, you were just lifting. You were just like an eagle. It was just this fucking world. I suppose I didn't appreciate it as much at the time, but now when I look back, I'm thinking, fuck me. You know what I mean? I would love to do it again now. You know what I mean? It'd be amazing.
Yeah,
absolutely brilliant, fantastic experience. I would like to hang glide, that much with the motors on, your big fucking kite on the top. I'd never go with that. You just would not see me again. I'd start in the UK and I'll probably land right in your fucking back lawn, mate.
My lawn's too small to land in anything. A helicopter, you could probably put it down, but you'd have to be pretty good. There's enough room for a helicopter to land.
I'd be close.
It would have to be a small helicopter, though. I mean, you wouldn't be able to land a full Bell helicopter in there.
No.
Not with the trees.
There's just rows and rows of houses around here, but no chance. Just terraces. Just terrace.
Yeah.
Yeah, then with the days, man. You could, wish for simple things.
When we were young. We were young and we thought we had every possible idea imagined as an open possibility for us to be able to achieve someday.
Without a doubt.
And then life gets in your way.
Of course.
You pick up smoking. You spend all your money on cigarettes.
Yeah.
Because they keep trying to ban it and keep raising the prices year after year.
The 3 downfalls: smoking, drinking, and in some cases women. But I'm not going to say that for everybody.
That's the truth.
No offense to all you.
Mallory Gates was accurate before when she mentioned, it's like you take the ring away and it's like a grenade going off. You lose the house. In my case, I kept the house, but I lost everything else. I literally had an empty house to restart from.
I've got a colleague at work. He's been in a relationship with this lady now for a number of years. He's about 9-10 years. And he's getting back to work and that, and and they're making plans. So me and another guy, with being the part of the married club again, them's the first signs, mate. And what's that? Wants you to buy the car, doesn't it? Yeah, you buy the car first. You get the car. Yeah, you go cruising, all that stuff. You get the car. Yeah. Oh, what's next? Oh, the house. Oh, then you jump the gun there. It's normally, sometimes it's marriage, but you're going straight for the house. Oh, she's keen. She's going straight for the house. Yep. That's it. Then finally, the ring. Yep. That is when everything ends.
Yup. And eventually you learn your lesson. You've come to realize what's important in life and what isn't important in life. And when you drop the things that aren't really that important in life, in the long run, in the big scheme of things, in the big picture of things, you find the right person to be the partner for the rest of your life.
Of course you do. Don't get it wrong. You could hit lucky and you could find that person straight away.
And then you get spoiled like this. She literally made this while we were on the stream today.
See, guys, he's not spoiled, he's ruined. He's ruined. He hasn't been spoiled, he's ruined. She's ruined him.
It makes up for all the sacrifices we made when we were younger, dumber, and more focused on other things that didn't really matter in life.
Exactly. I think as you get older and wiser, you learn to appreciate things as well, don't you?
Yes. You learn to appreciate the simple things.
Yeah.
You know, and how important it is for the first text that you send out in the morning to be, you are a wonderful person. You make my life better. Thank you.
Yeah.
Every single day.
Simple stuff, innit? It's simple stuff, innit?
Doesn't cost you a damn bit, but 2 seconds of your time.
Right.
And it makes the world of difference to somebody else.
I had a friend, right, at school. And every day, he brought a bag of raisins in for his teacher. Bag of raisins every day for his teacher. And this went on for ages. And then one day, like, he never brought some in. The teacher said, I'm being funny, like, but where's my raisins? Miss, my rabbit died.
My rabbit died.
There you go. Is that a life lesson there or what?
Mallory always has a way to get into the gutter again.
Oh, darling. Want to be a hairstyle of both people. Yeah, spit and polish.
Oh my goodness.
It would be put a new face to shoe shine, and instead of putting your shoe on the block, put your head on the block, and we'll just shine you.
The Vaping Snowman, hello and welcome. I'm sorry I missed you coming in, dropping in earlier. Michael Redfern, hello and welcome to your lunch hour.
Hello, people. We do apologise for not conversing with chat like we normally do, but we have had quite a bit to cover this week.
Oh, yes, we did. It's definitely been a traveling journey from how obvious harm reduction is in vaping compared to cigarette smoke, and how some people can't see the forest from the trees. We covered the fact that, you know, people don't look at, when they look at teen vaping rates, they never bother to ask why are they using these products. It's not the flavors. Flavors has nothing to do with it. It has to do with their social circle, their personal situation, their mental health. There's tons of reasons why they would choose to pick one up.
Of course there is, man.
The same reason, you know, a lot of our generation picked it up.
Hello, Michael Redfern, and welcome. Again, some of it's just down to phases you go through, innit? You know what I mean? Some would be part of that as well. I mean, you know.
How about that phase? Did you go through that phase? 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila floor.
I'm on the 2. I'm not on the floor yet, like. This is why I've got a high.
Raspberry vodka and Sprite go well together. That they do, mate.
Ooh.
Cranberry soda or juice.
Hmm.
Dusty Country Road is vaping Milk of Poppy and Snickerdoodle. How about y'all?
Snickerdoodle. Ooh.
You know what Snickerdoodle is? It's a sugar cookie covered in cinnamon. Cinnamon
Really?
sugar.
I thought it was a variation of the chocolate bar, obviously with Snicker. You know what I mean?
I gotta mix this up one of these days. Curious to see how that flavoring comes out.
Can you remember what a Snicker used to be called?
A Snicker?
Remember what it used to be called? A marathon. It was called a marathon bar. Then they changed it to Snickers.
Marathon bar. I don't ever recall it being called a marathon bar.
It was a marathon. Because the reason I asked, the reason I tell you, back in the day, obviously when I was a young chap, we had the where I lived was heavily into basketball, and we had some American basketball players over here. And I mean, these guys were fucking huge. They were up there. This guy's trainers were like size 12s. He was huge. This man, he was massive. And we were at this kiosk outside a shop that sold newspapers, sweets, coke, all that little kiosk, right? And I always remember when he came up and said it. He goes, "Do you mind if I have a marathon bar, honey?" And it was just that always stuck in my head. Because he didn't have any money on him. Because obviously he'd been playing basketball, so he'd had no cash on him. And he said, "Do you mind if I have one?" And she went, "Oh, yeah." And he went, "No, for free." And after a while, she did give him the bar of chocolate for free. But that stuck in my head. And that's why it was called, in the UK, it was called a marathon.
Huh. I've always known it as a Snicker bar. But there have been so many candies that have come and gone along the way that we had as children that you can't buy anymore.
No. Or they've changed their names. Like what was a marathon?
Yep.
There's a bit of nostalgia for you, baby.
Bottle caps. Remember bottle caps?
Oh, God, no. Bottle cap.
Yeah, they were just a little piece of candy that was the shape of a bottle cap.
I vaguely remember them, but I didn't think they were that big here.
It was before my time as well.
Yeah. Spangles. Remember Spangles here in the UK? Oh. They're just a square candy sweet in a packet. They're called Spangles. Give them fruity flavours. Oh. Polo mints. We used to get fruit polo mints. Different flavoured fruit ones. Can't get them now at all. You get the polo mints. Can't get the fruit ones.
How about the wax Coke candy bottle?
Candy bottles. Oh, my God.
There were wax bottles that had that sugary stuff on the inside.
Texan was a bar. It was like a nuggety, chewy nuggety bar. Texan. You used to have a cowboy advert for it. Texan, because a man's got to chew what a man's got to chew. That's what the advert was. That's what the advert was for them. Texan bars. Never seen. Honestly, the stuff that I used to eat and think, where they're gone. Unbelievable, isn't it? Anyway, speaking of flavors, I think there's a recipe due, don't you?
I do too. Time for a random recipe. All righty.
What we got today, sir?
We talked about earlier about how he published a recipe. I just got this in my email. I did, while we were waiting for the bumper to roll, take a look and see what are the latest recipes that we can make. And I'm like, caramel pinkness? No, that's not it. Violet crumble? No, that's not it. Donkey Kong clone we made before. I'm like, we only got a couple here. Advocate for Liberty made this PB rhubarb cookies. It's just cookie biscotto from Flavor Art, rhubarb compote from Vape Train, which is no longer in business. You hear that shit? Wow. Vape Train Australia is no longer going to be selling flavors.
There's a surprise, eh?
And then we got peanut butter taffy from Wonder Flavors. Super concentrates. So this sounds really interesting to me. I think I'm going to mix this one up as our random recipe for today. And
I was just looking at that previous recipe. Like he's done a nice name for that, hasn't he? Heart starter. Is that after you've keeled over from a cigarette, we give you that and you come back? I mean,
no, it's heart starter, as in the first thing you do in the morning is grab yourself a cup of coffee, a cup of Joe.
I thought it was Ray, you know.
So I'm really excited because this looks like a fantastic recipe. You got Macca's coffee, which is essentially McDonald's coffee down in Australia. They call it Macca's coffee. Got marshmallow custard, super sweet, is at 0.2. A tobacco flavor, and as we've come to find out over time, tobacco flavors aren't really tobacco. It's more of like a caramel, chocolatey kind of mix. And we have vanilla cream, which looks like it's in there twice. Oh, Vienna cream and vanilla cream, each at 0.5%.
Vienna.
And it's 120 mils.
That looks nice.
I think I'm going to really love this one, so I'm just going to mix it straight up.
Yeah, man.
But I love the flavor notes that he has in here. Great vanilla notes to the coffee, slight chocolate note on the finish. If you cut the Vienna cream, you can get a darker roast, like a long black style with a dash of milk.
Wow.
I'm not cutting it. The Tobacco 37 adds complex notes to the coffee and also provides more of a dark roast note along with a caramel note. And then you can add 0.2% of super sweet if you like more brown sugar notes coming out of the tobacco overall. I love how he shows you how to bend the flavors. It's not just, oh, here's a good recipe. I love the fact that, you know, they always include these flavor notes in here. And then naturally, you know, he's got to put a little bit of his own advertising in there.
Which is fine, but, you know, I'm going to refer this man as the scientist. We're just going to refer to him as the scientist.
Flavor chemist.
Because that's what
He's definitely a flavor chemist.
Absolute legend.
So we've got two to mix up for today. That's one. And here's the other one. And this is from an advocate for liberty. So let's sit here and modify this one. Adapt this. We're going to make it a 30 mil. And I'm going to make it straight up the way that he did it.
Oh. Rhubarb cookies.
Peanut butter rhubarb cookies. I wonder how many people here in the States even know what rhubarb tastes like.
Probably very few.
It's a European thing.
Thing is, though, with rhubarb being a very sweety, soury thing, how many people in America would like the taste of rhubarb?
I can't think of anything off-putting about it.
No. It's such a diverse fruit, vegetable, whatever you call it. You can just cook it or eat it in so many different ways. You can have it, you know, soury, and you can have it nice and sweet in a stew, you know, like stew it and make it nice and sweet with, you know, like a rhubarb You can have rhubarb pie, you can have a rhubarb crumble. You know, unbelievable.
Yep. Grumpy Old Men. Matter of fact, one of the things that was in that movie was a rhubarb pie. Old man used to love a rhubarb pie.
But the thing is, if you add, most people when they boil it or braise it or stew it, they'll add the sugar. The sugar takes the sourness away. So obviously if you little like the sourness, less sugar, you know, you can vary the strength of the sourness. You like it. I like it pretty sour, mate. Like it's because you've got that, you know, sweet. It's like
you need it. You need something tart every once in a while. You know, change things up.
Yeah.
Not everything in the world has to be so damn sweet.
Nah, it's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
One of my favorite lunches I used to have growing up as a kid was meat and cheese trays. Because they would literally, Mom would put out a meat and cheese tray, and you'd have, you know, fresh buns that you could make your own sandwich, whatever meats you wanted to include in your sandwich, whatever kind of cheese you wanted to put in it. But the best part about it always was the Chavanushag, the sour accompaniment that always went along with it. And just like you guys talked about before about having, you know, like pickled cauliflower and all this other stuff. Mom used to pickle all kinds of stuff from the garden growing up as a kid. And my favorite was her kosher pickles that she would make right on the picnic table. She would put them in a big gallon jar and set it up on the picnic table. And, you know, you would put that slice of bread on the top of the thing and just leave it out in the sun to pickle.
Amazing. See, good old-fashioned home-cooked food. Always was.
Yes.
Always was.
That was fantastic.
We'll beat it every time. I'm as guilty as the next man for eating food, you know, something processed and fast. You know, you see, you come over a 10-hour day at work. Fuck that, I'm not cooking. How that in the microwave? I'm as guilty as anybody else. But now, home cooked meal. Fuck me. Oh. It's more of a, you know, there's a home cooked meal. It's more of a, it's a treat nowadays than there's processed stuff. Pardon me. Oh, Jesus. Tequila.
But it is way better than any box food you'll ever be able to make.
Oh, well.
Even if you just randomly throw stuff together, it's still better for you than the stuff that you bring home from the store in a box.
Well, back in the day, we had like lots of, where either knew somebody or a family member had an allotment where they just grew fresh veg, or you know, and fresh veg straight out the ground.
My favorite was peas right off the vine.
Oh, yeah, man. Even the simplest
sugar
thing like
snap
a potato,
peas.
A simple thing like a potato. You get a potato, dig it straight out of the ground, wash it, peel it, whatever you want to do with it, cook it. The difference is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I haven't smelled that since I was a kid.
What's that?
Rhubarb.
Oh, honestly. If I could send you some, I would, mate, but it would probably be dead by the time you get it.
Well, I guess I'm going to have to settle for vaping it.
Oh, honestly. Your FDA would probably stop us sending you even a tin of it over, you know what I mean? Your FDA, oh no, we're going to have that.
Yeah, border force. We're going to crack down on rhubarb.
Yeah. What's
Don't
that?
worry about the marijuana and the cocaine that was in the previous two packages.
Yeah. What's that? 10,000 illegal black market cigarettes? Oh, we'll get them. They can go. They can go. Oh, what's that? Tin of rhubarb? Whoa, that's it. Red lights. Beep, 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 beep. Alarms.
We can't possibly have that. Somebody might actually grow rhubarb here in the States.
Oh, God. I don't know. I mean, it might be a bit warm. The climate might be a bit warm for it, like.
Not up north.
Yeah.
You get some of the northern states.
Yeah.
You know, here in Pennsylvania, New York, Maine especially, be able to grow it no problem.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it could be a thing of a past year anyway, the way the climate change is going with our temperatures slowly rising over here, where summer's getting hotter and drier and all that shit, you know. Could be something that we could, you know, disappear from our country shortly. And we'll end up getting the EU again to import shit. It's not the problem with that. We're still importing loads of crap from the EU. Is your music on? It's very quiet at my end.
I hear it.
I can hear it, but it's very quiet. It just could be me.
I could turn it up a little more if you want.
Yeah, it's very quiet.
Yeah, I noticed that today as well.
I'll tell you what, you fixed your voice problem that you had the other week.
Yes, I was very on that today. Made sure that the auto gain was turned off. I've learned I got to check the auto gain on mine. I disable everything on my end going to you because I've already processed everything from my voice. And then same on your end, I turn the auto gain control off as well.
Just like I say, because like sometimes last week you were very loud, then couple of weeks I'd say you were loud, then you went quiet, then you were loud, then quiet. But your louds always seemed to come when you were vaping. It was like
yeah, because it's dead silent.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the music playing. It's in the normal range, 35.
Yeah.
I finally got that one balanced out between the scenes.
That's just a little bit quiet for me. But yeah, your audio of this is bang on now. Like I say, if you've updated OBS, whatever, I mean, I don't think I have.
Updated OBS. Elgato Wavelink, Stream Deck put one out there. The video drivers are finally up to date. Everything's...
It's fucking great, getting.
Oh, thank you.
What happened?
I have to reload the web page. That's that video we were watching about the foods.
That's what I'm just
They
saying.
love to reload it for advertising purposes. Ads are just loading in the background. You don't even realize what's going on.
Wow. It's crazy, man. Right, get back to the recipe. We're up there now, sir. Still doing the base mix, yeah? Oh, me leg. Christ almighty.
All right, so jump back up. 26.5 is what it should be. Yes.
Glug, glug, glug with the VG. Woohoo.
Yeah, as I drip it on the outside of the bottle. So I can't go by weight.
That's the home run now, isn't it? When you hide the VG, you know that's the home run.
And I know this peanut butter is going to take a good day or two before it's finally resting at its normal percentage.
I mean, I've never ever had peanut butter in a mix, so I don't know what the steeping time is on that at all. I don't know if it's like a bit like a custard. Or
I can taste it initially, but the taste I would have today would not be the same tomorrow, and it would be just a little bit more different on the day after.
As it blends in,
looks like a fantastic.
But as it blends in, it loses its bit potency and more blends in with the other flavors as you leave it again on.
Well, like I said, some of that is based on the fact that it needs to completely reach equilibrium inside here.
Yeah.
You know, and not be like spread out.
So you wouldn't say a peanut butter is a shaken vape? Oh. That
It
could
can be.
dependent, couldn't it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That would be dependent on what you... Yeah.
And also depends on what you're mixing it with.
Yeah, depending on what
with the
it ends up
fruit,
in.
with the fruit, it becomes an issue where you'll get, you know, like certain parts of the bottle, like when you squeeze it, you might do on a dripper, you're going to get more of the peanut butter flavor, and then the next time you drip it, you get more of the fruit flavor.
Yeah, I've got you.
You can't accurately judge it, but it works.
I just find a bit of an odd combination. That's all of a peanut butter with a fruit. Wow.
Especially with rhubarb.
Yeah.
I'm like, peanut butter rhubarb cookies. I'm like, that's something I've never experienced, but I can imagine what that flavor would be like. So I want to try it.
I'm going to get a stick of rhubarb and put some peanut butter on it.
Trying to eat it like celery. Peanut butter and celery.
Just think about that. Should we go for the crunchy or the smooth? What we going for? Weird, man.
I don't know.
Some of these food combinations, they look weird, but they just work. And you're thinking, how the hell does that work?
All right, so I'm going to put that off to the side there. That's ready to go. I love it. 3 recipe banger, and we're good to go on that one. Gonna take a look at Darren's here.
So what's the 1, 2, 3, 4 series? Is that probably what he's pointing out at the bottom? What differences you can make to it, do you think?
Yeah, typically the one he was doing before was you would have 1% of this, 2% of this, 3% of this, and 4% of this to come up with your recipe. And that would go, maybe you would add like a 5th ingredient that would just be like the base, like the Macca's coffee, and this one is at 13.4%.
Yeah.
So, what bottles do I have here? Excuse me while I move my camcorder.
That's a belter, that, like. That's an absolute belter. Does it still work?
Yeah.
It still works. It actually still grafts, yeah?
You need a full-size VCR tape for it.
Fucking hell.
Matter of fact, that's the only VCR player I still have in this house.
My last one with tape, I think it was a Sony P130, I think it was. That was my last big, say, studio type camcorder. But it was still popular because a lot of student filmmakers, like in college and that, they're using them to help them study, sort of thing. So, you know, it went to a good home. This looks interesting. I'm glad it says heart starter, not. I'm glad it says heart starter, not heart attack.
I'm gonna put the label on while we get started.
Oh God, that's shocking. I'm sorry, but Mallory Gates is back on form. Do you want to hear a dirty joke? Man fell in a puddle. Want to hear a clean joke? Man took a bath. Another clean joke? Man took a bath with Bubbles. Another dirty joke? Bubbles lives next door.
Oh man, she is such a hoot.
I just had Michael Jackson just pop in my head there with that leg.
Yeah, I want to try this one, see if this one works.
Yeah, Michael Jackson just went straight into my head there.
Did I do it right? No, didn't work.
Something didn't happen, but that didn't happen. No, it meant to happen. There we go, back to the mixing table.
Where is it? I'm checking.
You've lost it. You know what it is? I was wondering why that's a bit crap. Too cold. I'm sitting vaping away on this, you know, and I'm thinking, that's cold. And I'm looking, and I'm like 70 watts. I'm like, right, that's still
Is your
cold.
battery dead?
No, the ohms is 0.11. Way too cold. $90 watts. Now we're talking. 90 watts. 70
Is it
watts on a
case sensitive?
0.11. Wow.
Nope.
Oh God, I love it.
Ah.
Did you know that too much? Did you know that too much sex can cause memory loss? I read that in the medical journal on page 64 at 2:34 p.m. on Friday the 15th of August 2021. Oh God, I love it. Oh,
Here's your
I
joke.
love it. Why did the program quit you go? Because he didn't go. Oh, God. I thought Mallory scraped the barrel. Now you're taking it a stage lower, aren't you? You're trying to take the varnish off the wood here, aren't you?
Maybe a little bit.
Oh, no.
Ah, this is 120 mil. I'm like, wait a minute, the math doesn't look right. The math doesn't look right. No, the math is right. My brain isn't working right.
No, you were saying it's a 120 ml recipe, didn't you?
Yes.
You mentioned that before. I can see why you're going 120. Not only the recipe, because it looks like it's a damn good recipe. It's a coffee, and you like them coffees, don't you? That's why you're going 120. You're going straight for the kill here. There's no 30 mLs here. You're going straight in for the fucking kill, aren't you? You said, I'm going for this. A whole hoodly doodly.
That's close enough.
Tell him, man, you can tell when he's likes a vape because you can tell by the amount he makes. When he's like, whoop, I'm going for that. Boom.
I've been using this one quite a bit.
Oh, God.
This is going to be a good one. 16.08. It's 13.4% of this recipe.
Inflation is so high, has got 669 is now 96. God damn it. You must be a contortionist to do that. That's all I'm going to say.
Do you ever see some of those videos of those contortionists doing their crazy, goofy walking like a spider and stuff?
Oh, it's wrong. It just looks wrong. It looks just so wrong.
Marshmallow custard.
Oh, Mallory's on form.
1.8.
What's the difference between a Lamborghini and a dead body? I don't have a Lamborghini in my garage. Could that be the hubby or the wife by any chance?
Oops, I went over on the marshmallow custard.
Oh.
Darn.
Oh, Space Turtle's come in. Hi, Space Turtle. Nice to see you. Did you know? I don't know if I did it right because I've never done one before. I put a community post out on my channel about the show tonight. Did you know that?
No.
I tried it, but I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know if it worked. It just said, upload this, do this, and press publish. So whether it worked or not, I don't know. I've never done a community post, you see, because obviously we couldn't get them, could we, with under 1,000 subs, but now you can. Apparently.
It kind of does smell like the loose tobacco you would put into a pipe.
Pipe tobacco.
Yeah, but it's got like that rich molasses kind of smell to it.
Oh dear, that was lovely. Space Turtle must have been watching on Twitter because he's just said he's just switched to YouTube as it's much easier. Or Twitch, sorry.
He's on Twitch. That's what it was.
Yeah, but he's just
switched
switched
over to first-time chat.
YouTube. Yeah, he's just
I appreciate that.
Yeah, he's just switched over to YouTube now. This is much easier. Is Twitch a pain in the arse to stream me? Like, is it? 'Cause that's something I've never really touched on. Twitch.
It's mainly designed for gamers.
Gamer channel. Oh, whatever. Yeah.
There he is. See, and it's even got the Twitch logo on it.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
He's back on YouTube now, though.
No, but I appreciate him going over to Twitch and sending a message on there.
Yeah, man.
I need to get 5 people to be on Twitch. 5 different people to message on Twitch. That's a stream accomplishment for a low follower streamer.
God, yeah. I don't know many people that use it over here in the UK. I don't think it's as popular. I think it's more.
It's pretty good. It's got some appeal here in the States. Like, there's this one channel. Do you ever play GTA?
Oh, God, my wife's got it all the time. GTA, she loves it.
There's a bunch of retired sheriff's deputies that play GTA. And, like, they got their characters all made up. It's like an online thing that they do. And they, like, all hang out around the sheriff's station out in the rural area.
Yeah.
And they play cops and robbers. You know, they have somebody that gets and steals a motorcycle, and then the cops all chase him around all over the place.
Like in Trevor's part of the world, out in the desert type of thing, yeah? Yeah.
And people love watching these chases and these guys because they were cops all these years, retired sheriff's deputies. They talk the lingo and the slang and the whole 9 yards, and it's like, it's a big thing for people to be able to watch that.
I'm absolutely terrible at video games now. I'm just total crap. I just haven't got the dexterity or the patience, to be honest with you. But my wife, she's right into GTA, and I like just to sit and watch her play it because honestly, I love Trevor. Trevor is my legend. He's my hero, Trevor. He is fucking brilliant. The stuff he comes out with, and then sometimes when she's playing as Michael, then she'll switch to Trevor, and he's lying passed out in a rock in a woman's dress, and you're like, what the fuck happened to you?
Yep. My daughter loves to go shopping for Trevor.
Oh,
and she's mad because they won't let him buy any more dresses.
Some of the stuff he comes out with is absolutely brilliant. It's just, but my wife's anticipating, I think it's a GTA 6 that's supposed to be bringing out. When that's going to happen.
I've been hearing about that forever.
Yeah, we've heard
that's going to be fantastic.
But if GTA 5 is anything to go by, then But the thing is, I've heard though it's going to be different characters though, and I kind of try to comprehend it with a different character. Like, but you never know.
It's going to be different characters, and they're actually going to have a female, protagonist.
Trevor, man, how can you cannot replace Trevor, man. He makes the game for me. He's absolutely fucking brilliant. That was entirely your fault. That was entirely your fault.
We're stopping this swap's insurance information. Meanwhile, he was the one that ran the guy over. My daughter's favorite line from the game is when you get into a taxi and you tell the taxi driver to hurry up, and he says, hold on to your butt.
Yeah, hold on to your butt. Oh, the Trevor man for me. Trevor, he's just a ledge. But then again, I've got a bit of anarchist in me, blood still, I suppose, of me early days. And he's just, it's just class.
Close enough. Didn't work.
Oh, excuse me, I'm just filling up.
There you go. Beautiful, simple recipe.
It looks nice, like, I really do like the look of it.
Can't judge it by that. I think some of those flavors have alcohol base to them. All right.
My God,
what did I miss?
So
PG. I didn't put PG in it. 8.58.
Holy crap, that's good.
I'm not wasting my time with that thing.
That's so good. Putting that bit of custard in there's made such a difference. I've turned it into an apple crumble. Oh, the menthol's gone.
I was going to ask you, when is it going to be before you start experimenting and go, you know, I bought this liquid. I really don't like it. What if I were to add this to it? What would it make it?
I just have with that. Put custard in
It's
an
so
apple.
much fun to experiment and change flavors from what they originally were.
No, but the coolant is totally disappeared out of that. I don't understand how, because that was a very predominant flavor, whatever, of the liquid.
It goes to show you how much just a little tiny bit of difference it can make. And it goes from being a cooling agent to something that just subdues another flavor.
It's like an apple. Apple and custard. It's like an apple and custard. It's like an apple crumble, but without the biscuity crumble. That's exactly what it's like. Wow. I'm going to buy 2 more bottles of that stuff.
There you go. This is how you fill up a bottle.
That's the way to do it, my friend. Well, did you know that you could fill the Kylin 3 with that bottle? The size of that nib on that, you could fill your Kylin 3 with that bottle.
I'm still waiting for my Kylin 3.
Look, man. Do not. Hang on, have I got enough? Can you see? Can you see the size of that juice? The juice well there. Can you see the size of it? That's what it's for. It's called a fast fill system, right? Look at the size of it. You can get any size nib in there. It'll fill it, and it doesn't matter if you. And it don't matter if you overfill it because it's got like a little juice well in the top. So that's the whole point. You could literally pour it in if you wanted to. It's called a fast filling system. It's massive. Was this light shine a bit better? That light shine a bit better? I'm just
speaking of Kylins.
It's absolutely deep as hell, man. But they've adapted it
Here's the Kylin
for
2.
any novel. Hey, you've got your old one out. I've got that one. Now, I thought that was a good tank. There's the Kylin mesh. Is that the mesh?
Mini. This is the Kylin Mini 2.
Mini.
And here's the Kylin M, the mesh.
I thought I seen the mesh there. See, I'm tempted to get that now, seeing I've like kind of diverted back to mesh a bit.
It's an addiction, isn't it?
Yeah. The 3 would look lovely with that collection, mate.
Hey, I ordered it. I paid for it. It's just on its way.
I think.
Here's how bad it is, okay? When they implemented this whole thing, you haven't had to do a courier service, right? I placed an order from a place in China, and I placed an order from Element Vape, and the shit from China got here first.
That wouldn't surprise us.
Because the problem with the courier service that they're using now is if the truck's not full, it doesn't move until it's full. So you're going from one hub to the other hub. So if this hub is still waiting to fill up a whole, cargo container or whatever to go onto a plane, it ain't going anywhere. It's going to sit there for up to a week sometimes before it goes from this hub to that hub. And then the same thing happens at that hub.
Yeah. It's just trying to keep costs down, I suppose. You know what I mean? It's cheaper to probably send a full container rather than a half full container. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're not. It doesn't pay to send a half container.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So we're going to do like you have talked about on numerous occasions before. I'm going to bring some recipes up for you guys to look at, and we're going to play the old. Here's one I made earlier.
Blue Peter.
Cherry fruit punch.
Oh.
Here's one I made earlier.
The Cub Scout rule, be prepared.
Little on the dripper.
Ooh, that's nice.
This is very nice. You get the lingering cherry flavor on your palate, but it is primarily a dominant, like a subtle lemonade flavor to this.
Lemonade?
Yes, it's a subtle lemonade, but it's not like a lemonade where it's just lemon and sugar. It's a lemonade that's got some fruits floating around in the pitcher. Raspberries and strawberries.
Mm.
And it's just a beautiful, subtle combination like you would expect this drink to be in the summertime. I'm not quite sure that I would call it a fruit punch, but that's what the original recipe called it. So that's what I left the name to be what it is.
Yeah.
But it is definitely worthy of mixing if you are looking for something of that flavor profile.
It would be a nice, like you said, summery vape. You know what I mean?
Yes, it's a pleasant summery vape. There's nothing that's really competing in there. You got a nice mouth-watering palate for the vape. It's not like there's anything that's super dominant. I mean, the initial impression flavor-wise you get out of that is the lemonade. And then you realize, ooh, there's some strawberry and some raspberry in here. And then it just leaves you with this subtle cherry flavor on the exhale, after the exhale.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful layered vape. And it's all Capella ingredients. So it was really simple to whip that together.
Yeah, I was just talking about the all cap Capella.
So that's the first one that I mixed up. Because like I said, I'm on the hunt to try and create a nice fruit punch for my wife. Something that resemble her humble fruit punch that she got. So then we go with this one. It's called Revenge of the Fruit Punch.
Revenge, ooh.
Here's one I made earlier. And I hope this tastes better than it did when I first mixed it up. Because it was punchy when I mixed it up. Like punch in the face punchy. Like somebody was mad at you. Definitely picking up the cactus.
Well,
kind of has like a grapefruit. It's not a punch in your face now. The creams have mellowed everything out in there. Definitely get the cactus, and you get kind of a grapefruity sensation, but it's not like sour grapefruit. It's just the smell of a grapefruit.
Yeah.
And you can kind of make out the strawberry in here. Can't make out the mango. The mango's more of that, the sour aspect of the grapefruit smell. So if you had the nemesis of fruit punch, that's what this recipe is.
The mango could be the workhorse of the, it could be the one that's tying everything in rather than actually producing the flavor.
Yeah, it's not really there as a distinguishable flavor. Richard Kidd, hello and welcome.
Hello, Richard Kidd. Welcome, sir. That's probably why it's called Revenge of the Fruit Punch, because it punches in the face. That's, hence the name, innit?
It punched the Kool-Aid man in the face, and this is the resulting liquid that you get to vape. It's interesting. This is something that I would hand to somebody and say, I dare you to try.
Yeah.
It's not going to make them gag or anything, but it's like, yes, ma'am.
Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that, folks. That
spoiled
woman
rotten.
Is ruining that man. We're going to have words with her, aren't we, guys? She's ruining him. Absolutely ruining him. But
I probably should have put this off for last. Because now it's going to have that residual grapefruity flavor in this vape.
Well, if you get your fresh drink off your better half, you might be all right.
Yes.
Refresh your palate.
So, Bunny Sucker Punch is a commercially available e-liquid that I have not had personally myself. I've had a lot of people say that they have it, and it's basically a strawberry cream. Here's what I made earlier.
Strawberry cream. No, I wouldn't mind that. That would kind of be in my little recipe basket.
Well, now that it's been Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 5 days since I mixed this, the creams and the vanilla swirl is finally starting to show its face.
Got ya.
There's definitely a cream base to it. The vanilla is very, very subtle, almost indistinguishable, and it is a beautiful combination. You'll see strawberry and strawberry ripe used as a combination in lots of different recipes, because the sweet strawberry is more like that candied strawberry like you would have as like a on top of a cheesecake, that sugary glazed strawberry. The strawberry by itself is more of the raw strawberry flavor.
More of the fruit. You're spoiling him, Mrs. H. I hope you can hear that.
The King and Country.
Our glasses are awesome, man. Give her my regards. They're really good.
Yep, that came from Disney World when my daughter was down there for the competition. Ooh.
What's she making you like? Are these refreshments alcoholic by any chance?
Oh my God, yes. She's using a flavored vodka with Sprite.
Oh yes, you talk about me falling off my chair.
That one's fantastic, especially following this. Nice dominant heavy cream. Like a dollop of cream on a bowl of fresh strawberries, macerated strawberries.
Really? It's really that good?
Yes.
Wow.
Highly recommend this one if you like that flavor profile. Bunny Sucker Punch. Fantastic recipe. I will be putting all links to all these in the description.
I'll have to vape that one while I'm watching Wimbledon. Go down well with Wimbledon.
And this recipe is so strong that it's literally squashed that whole Revenge of a Fruit Punch that I had earlier.
Really? Wow.
And I fully grasped the cream. Like somebody took fresh whipped cream and had a dollop of that. That's what the base of this Bunny Sucker Punch is.
That's getting a nice cream is hard to come by in this day and all. Really nice.
Yep. Bavarian cream and vanilla swirl. Beautiful combination together. Definitely worthwhile. All right. Razzle my dazzle off to the side. Let's go to Hawaiian Punch.
I don't know if you're aware of this. I kind of knew a while ago, but I've never really thought much of it. You know, all the custard range, the peach custard that Vic makes.
Yes.
He's got a company, who are doing a commercial version of his juice. He's actually got somebody doing his juices for us. So I was thinking of having a go at them. The commercial version. See if they're
comparable to the homemade version. Yeah.
Yeah. I would imagine with it being commercial, they might be heavy in sweetener. Like most. I'm hoping not. But that's kind of where I'm going with it.
Why did I label this one Hawaiian Punch instead of Fruit Punch?
Speaking of which, just one moment.
Hi, matey. So this is the Fruit Punch, and unfortunately, I just mislabeled it Hawaiian Punch. But looking at the recipes I have, this is the only one left. Besides the one that I made. We're going to do that one last.
Speaking of which, do you know how you can tell a juice could be well ripened by the colour of it?
Yes, sir.
Well, I deliberately left a certain juice. Like, remember when you sent me that juice? Look at that now.
That is a beautiful color.
That is the king.
Haha.
Wow, I'll tell you, wow. As you can tell, that was a full bottle about a day and a half ago.
Oh my goodness. You're plowing through that.
I filled me Titan up with that, mate. And it went. That is, and now, like you say, you know, it's a long time, but it's worth the wait.
My wife is yelling downstairs. She's like, a half a bottle? You vaped a half a bottle in a day and a half?
Touch more, I would say, like, it's about a third of a bottle left in there. I was chaining this, absolutely chaining it. If it was drinkable, I probably would have drank it. You know what I mean? But that's the colour that is now. To be honest, I totally forgot about it. You know, I thought, oh, I'll let that stand for a while. And I thought I'll go back to it. And I totally forgot about it. And it was like I say, it was like it being last Wednesday after the show, like Tuesday, Wednesday. And I went to mix some more juice. I just went, oh, look, the king's still there. And I thought, oh, well, I'll leave it. And like I say, I got it out, was it yesterday or the day before? I was the day before, about dinner time. And that's since yesterday dinner time until now. I've been, ooh.
She's
Holy
like, what?
shit, man. That is, wow.
That's
Holy
fantastic,
shit.
isn't it?
I've been chaining that for fun.
And now you can
been
make your
breathing.
own. The recipe's public out there.
Yeah, I've literally
Vic's
been
had these
breathing
recipes
that.
out there public for a long time.
It's just, if I actually made some, I don't think I could actually wait as long as I have for that one. And that was just for pure forgetfulness. I knew I'd say, I'll vape a little bit, and I says I'll leave it now. I'll let it steep. I'll give it a good old steep, and I just totally forgot all about it till the other day. And I picked it out, and I started vaping it, and I kept vaping it. Tonight is the only break I've had off it. I was vaping it earlier on. Holy shit, man! Wow.
Well, this Hawaiian punch here is actually this fruit punch recipe, and I know for a fact it is because of the bubble gum that's in this. Now, the original recipe didn't call for the flavors bubble gum. I swapped it out because I didn't have the Flavor West bubble gum that the recipe calls for.
Yeah.
But I'm like, it can't be that different from the Flavor West, because I know that Flavor's bubblegum flavor legit tastes like bubblegum, just the beautiful plain bubblegum.
It's like everything. I mean, you know, I know the guy, you know, he follows the show and he sends me stuff now and then, but honestly, everything I've tried off that guy now it's kind of fault it. It says it does exactly what it says on it's exactly what you asked for. It's exactly that. The man, like you say, he's a genius when it comes to flavors. He's bang on. Everything's bang on. Can you not just move out the UK and just be a UK based company? I'll just use you all the time, mate. Honestly, just get over here. Fuck Australia. Just get yourself back over here. Come on.
Listen, if you were a distributor for him, you would have all these flavors readily accessible to you.
It's like
tell Amazon to kiss off.
A lot of people here are stuck in their ways, and I think pushing a new product through here, it's difficult. You know what I mean? It's a pain in the fucking butt. But wow,
This is a fantastic bubblegum recipe. You can distinctly identify the peach. You can identify the watermelon. You can identify the sweet strawberry. And it is exactly like what you would expect in a fruity bubblegum. Every single one of these ones so far that I've made has been a banger of a recipe. And if you love the flavor profile of this, you're going to love this recipe.
Wow.
And what you see there is clearly identified in this bubble gum. The sweet cream is not yet present in this. But you get the bubble gum, you get the peach, you get the strawberry, you get the watermelon.
See, cream takes a little while to come through anyway, doesn't it?
And I honestly think the cream is just supporting the bubble gum.
Yeah.
To give you that full mouthfeel like you would get with a bubble gum. Just been fantastic. Awesome, awesome recipe. Definitely 5-star rated. Now here's another recipe. And this is another one where the original recipe called for Flavor West Blood Orange.
Excuse me.
And I didn't have Flavor West Blood Orange, but I did have Flavors Blood Orange. So I simply swapped that one recipe ingredient out for the Flavors ones. And I'm telling you, I can't imagine what this is going to taste like. I know what it tasted like when I mixed it on the shake.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of it. You know the flavors, juices are bang on. That's your bonus.
I'm still getting that bubble gum from that last one.
You need a drink.
I need to vape through that liquid that's on the coil. Listen, if I had 6 of these Bushidos, I'd have 6 of them lined up for each of these ones, so they would all have their own. I can't rate this one. All I'm getting is that bubblegum from the last liquid I put on here.
You need to just put it down, have a drink, vape something else, and come back to it, mate. You need to get rid of that bubblegum off your palate.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I do not have a clean dripper to put it on. Okay. I'm going to use the mongrel.
No wrong with the mongrel, matey.
I've got some clean ones here that aren't wicked.
Yeah,
I know the mongrel is damn good for flavor.
I've been looking for that Bushido RDA now, and there's nobody got it now. Very hard to find.
BP mods. Well, you see how good the build stand is. You love that thing.
Oh, it's out of this world. Are they still making it? Like I've never. See, I'm just getting a review.
That was Dovepo that manufactured it for him.
Every time I go to search for it, I get more like reviews rather than people. Because I love that flip top cap. I think that's a fantastic idea. I think it's brilliant.
Flip top dripper, and the best part about that dripper is the checkmark airflow system. I've literally flooded the coil on that one where you could see the e-liquid in the opening for the airway, but because it goes down and it comes back up before you get to the opening on the outside of it, the liquid just sits there and will not come out. I mean, if you blew it would V3.
What version you got the V3? The part is a V4.
Is there?
Bushido
must have just come out with it.
V4 RDA. Well, I'm just looking at the related search. No, it's V3. I think V3 was his last.
Yes.
Yeah, V3 was the last one. But I'm really
I couldn't find anything wrong with it when I did the review on it.
Bushido V3.
I'm curious to see if I can recognize the banana in this recipe.
E-Cig Warehouse. Have a look at them. Ah. Have you still got it? Nah, sold out. See, a lot of places that have had it have sold out.
0.22 ohms. There we go.
Oh, hang on. We've got a BP Mods UK here.
Ah.
They're selling the home tab. Selling the home tab. Oh.
There we go.
Nope.
First set of batteries.
DJ Vapes.
I love this glass top. What a difference that made on this mongrel.
Sold out. Oh, the glass top is mint in it. No, there's no there.
Okay, I get a little bit of that banana. It's not a wet saturated vape. It's not dry. It's just not sweet.
Reviews.
That banana has a profile that is kind of like bubblegum. So it wasn't that I was getting bubblegum residual from the last recipe.
Still got it in.
It's not bubblegum. It's that banana. Capella's banana is just like a weak candied banana. I don't know. I don't really like this recipe. I'm not really getting the watermelon. 0.5% super sweet. Maybe that's the issue. I don't know. Strawberry ripe by itself is not really added or present in this. I'm not getting any strawberry. Out of all 5 recipes, this is the worst. I'm not getting melon, and I'm not getting a fruit punch. I don't know why he called it a melon fruit punch. None of the flavors that are in this recipe are identifiable in the end result, in the end vape.
Really? Wow.
And I mean, strawberry ripe at 5% is fine. Juicy orange at 1.5% is kind of a weak orange, but it should be augmented by the blood orange at 1%. Although being that it's flavors, I probably should have pushed that to like 2% or 1.8. When I single flavor tested that one, I was more like 5%. To get the accurate representation of that flavor.
Wow.
So this one's more like a 3.
A bit of a downer, that one, eh?
Yep. And there's no creams in it. But that's okay. One dud out of the bunch is not, that bad.
It's trial and error. It's trial and error.
All right, so the last one that I have for you guys today is Hunky's Hawaiian Punch.
Ooh. There's plenty. Wow, there's loads in that one. Jesus Christ.
Yes. Because what I did is when I looked at fruit punch, I'm like, okay, I want a recipe. If somebody wanted to make a fruit punch for a picnic in their backyard or something, what juices would you gather to make a fruit punch from scratch? And the legit was apple juice, apricot juice, pineapple juice, guava, and mango, and passion fruit, and pineapple. So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll give it a try. I'll use e-liquid flavorings to try and replicate what their Hawaiian punch was.
Just without the alcohol in.
It didn't even have any alcohol. Alcohol wasn't in that recipe.
Normally they just added all the vodka, don't they? So that's mainly the main price. I mean,
let me see if I can find it.
It's like you see it. When you're doing your research on these flavors, if you look at the actual product you're trying to replicate, that can kind of point you in the right direction anyway, and where to head with it, can't it?
I don't know if this was the recipe. fruit punch recipe from scratch? No, I don't consent. Get out of my way. There.
Ooh, looks nice.
I looked at that. I'm going, oh, that looks wonderful. Cranberry, pineapple, orange, lime, ginger ale, fresh fruit. Okay.
With a half a bottle of vodka, that would go down a treat.
How can you add alcohol to fruit punch? 1.5 ounces of vodka into a glass.
Well, you know, you could
Top
use
it
it
off
like
with fruit punch.
Yeah, you know, like a gin and tonic, where you put your gin in, you add with tonic, where we just like a vodka and punch. You'd have your vodka and then you put your punch on the top. Job done.
So that is what inspired this recipe for Hunky's Hawaiian Punch.
Fingers crossed, mate. Fingers crossed.
It's actually pretty pleasant.
Really? Wow.
It's just sweet enough to be like a homemade fruit punch recipe. It does not taste like, well, it kind of resembles the red Hawaiian punch that you would get in a, you know, like a soda bottle. But there isn't any particular flavor that stands out on the top. You can definitely recognize pineapple as the dominant note in this. And you can definitely tell there's a bunch of juices to create a homemade fruit punch, Hawaiian punch. But it's missing something. And it wasn't until I started researching.
You've got your pineapple, it's worth 3% there, so that now pineapple's a pretty strong flavor to start with, isn't it?
It wasn't until I started researching what actual flavors are inside the red Hawaiian punch that we know. And I looked at it, I'm like, okay, traditional red Hawaiian punch is orange, pineapple, passion fruit, guava, and papaya.
Papaya.
I don't have any papaya flavorings. I don't have any from Flavors. I don't have any papaya flavoring from anybody.
Does anybody do papaya, do you think?
Yes.
We do.
There are a couple papaya flavorings out there. TFA makes one. I placed an order from Bull City and it'll be here tomorrow. So not only did I order the papaya that I could get my hands on from them, I also ordered the Flavor West Hawaiian Punch, and there was another one. SSA makes a tropical punch that's supposed to be like Hawaiian Punch. The Late Night Vape Show. Hello and welcome to the stream.
Hello, Late Night Vape Show. Yeah,
I'm like, I've got these ingredients here, and I know I've got bangers for the flavoring components that make up these flavoring profiles. The flavor's orange, pushed at like, 6% is just like a sun-kissed soda, orange soda.
Yeah.
I've got plenty of pineapples that actually represent pineapples. I've got both the natural pineapple juice representation. I've got the fresh pineapple that you can literally get, like, the core of the pineapple when you cut that out, and you still get some of that tough pineapple in there that represents that as well. They have some of that sour characteristics to it, not just the sweet pineapple juice. I've got plenty of passion fruit here. The one thing I ordered from Dash Vapes was a big Flavor Art passion fruit. It was pretty damn good. I've got plenty of guava and sweet guava. So once the papaya gets here, I'm hoping to be able to make this Hawaiian punch from scratch.
Could make a massive difference with that in, like, definitely.
If you're missing one component of a recipe, you'll never get to it without that missing flavor profile.
Papaya.
So.
Is that a sweet fruit? I've never had papaya.
Not really. Not really. It's more towards the sour aspect of it.
Sour fruit. Sour fruit.
It's a meaty, unsweetened apricot, maybe?
It's got the texture of, like, say, a peach. It's fleshy.
Yes, it is very fleshy. It's more like mango, flesh-wise.
Mango. Yeah.
But it doesn't taste like a mango. Papayas have their own distinct characteristic.
It's like you're gonna either love it or hate it if you have to actually had it.
It's not something I would want to eat by myself, itself. But as a flavoring component to make up this Hawaiian punch that was recognizable for us, that originally got mixed together in 1934, yeah.
1934, Jesus.
That's when he came up with this recipe, and it was originally a syrup that went on top of ice cream.
Ah, got ya.
And then he formulated into a drink that actually used 3% fruit juice. And now Hawaiian Punch is actually sold in 14 different flavor varieties.
Holy shit.
Yeah. You got red, you got grape, you got orange, you got tropical fruit, you got very punch, very berry. You got lemon varieties, purple mash, berry limes, citrus guava, polar blast. Look at all these different varieties they have nowadays.
Again, it's just changing a certain ingredient in it, and that's it. But you get something else in it. Wow.
So. I like it. It's a fruit punch.
But would your better half enjoy it? That's the question.
She says it's okay. It's kind of heavy on the pineapple for her.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's 2% of golden pineapple and there's 3% of pineapple in it.
Yeah. Pineapple is a very strong flavor on its own to start with, isn't it?
Yeah. And I wanted to give it that characteristic pineapple flavor to give it that Hawaiian feel, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, the pineapple and the guava and mango kind of gives it that whole tropical feel to it. The apple is in there more of a mouthfeel addition than it is to be a recognizable flavor. And same with the apricot. The apricot's not in there to be a recognizable flavor. It's there to tie it in to the cranberry, from the sour of the cranberry to the sweetness of a pineapple. So it's pretty close, but I haven't had a bottle of Hawaiian Punch to know what it tastes like. I'm just comparing it to what Humble's fruit punch tastes like in her vape. Which, by the way, I had to re-wick because it was disgusting.
Happy days,
and to me, this is pretty damn close to what her Humble fruit punch tastes like. It's not as punchy as the Humble fruit punch, and I'm kind of hoping that once I get that papaya, I'll be able to get it that extra little kick that it needs. But this isn't too bad. My favorite part of this, it's not too sweet.
Yeah. Did you know that late night vape show is a UK vapor? He's here from Old Blighty. Mick, to call him, I believe. Mick.
There she be.
Our friend Mick, lovely guy, absolutely gentleman guy. He is. He's an absolute gent.
Wonderful gent. Wonderful chap.
He's like you. He's got one of them cool voices. You know, he just oozes out the tones. You know, he's just got a cool voice. You just listen. You know what I mean? It's just so cool. Cool voice.
Welcome to the Late Night Vape Show.
Yeah, he's just got that voice, you know, like Richard Burton, you know what I mean? Just one of them voices that you just listen to. He's a lovely guy. Love him. It's brilliant guy.
Is he more like Richard Burr or David Attenborough?
Oh, I don't know. No, he's not David Attenborough. No, he's not. Well, today we are looking at. No, he's not that. He's just more cool. More probably Richard Burton. Yeah, more cool. As much as I love David Attenborough, but he's definitely Richard Burton. That's where I would go with him. Lovely guy. Absolutely lovely guy. You give him a shout out on where was he on? Was he on Benny Vapes or was he on Northern Union? You give us a shout out on that the other night. So thank you.
Fantastic. Very much appreciate that.
The word will get round eventually, my friend. The word will get round eventually.
Let me look.
Just me now. I'm a bad influence here in the UK now. They see my name, they're going, oh fuck, not him.
Heavens to
Betsy. Welcome back to the channel.
There he
I'm
is.
Mick, and today, in association with our friends at Desperados, we're about to take a look at the second one in their Unreal Berries range that they sent out.
Was that a sexy
and this
voice
one
or what?
is the cranberry and raspberry.
Is that a voice? You know, just a chill.
And let's take a look at the packaging so you can identify it later. Obviously, very, very similar to the other one, Unreal Berries range. And as usual with this.
Beautiful.
What a voice, eh? Oh, that's just a cool tone, relaxed.
I had to hit the subscribe button. I did not realize I was not subscribed to your channel.
Oh, he's brilliant, Mick. I love him. Love him a bit. I think, forgive us if I'm making a right buzzle with this, by the way, Mick, but I believe he's a taxi driver. That's why he's late night vape show, you know, but he's obviously out driving taxis all day. He can only do his show pretty late. So, but yeah, he's a lovely guy. Absolutely brilliant guy.
Fantastic.
Absolute gentleman. He's an absolute gentleman.
Go check out his channel for those of you who haven't yet.
Lovely
He's
guy.
definitely not a hippie vape.
No. If you like the UK accent, UK voice, you know, there you go, guys. All you guys in the US, if you want a nice British voice, there he is. He's got a bit of an accent, but there you go.
Listen, Hippy Vapes cut his hair.
Oh my God.
What's going on here? Look at him.
Oh, dear. He's got a centre part and all.
He cut his hair and parted it.
Holy moly.
Who the hell is that?
Exactly.
Who the hell is that? I did that on the one video. I had the camera off to the side the first time I set up a second one off to the side. And I started off the video and I looked at the other camera and I went, what are you doing over there?
I like that thing you do in the intro. I think it's fucking brilliant. I don't know what happened for the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't fucking streaming.
My wife's like, you could never cut that part out of the video. That's my favorite part of your intro.
No, it was brilliant. Honestly, I was like, what the fuck happened there?
Well, that's because I spent an hour, doing my whole thing, my whole stream. And then I got done with it and I hit save, end stream. And I went to YouTube and it's nothing there. Well, I can do this all over again, or I can just skip this week. So I went live an hour later than I'm supposed to.
I thought it was brilliant, thinking, what the hell happened there? But just the way you come out with it was fucking class.
Yeah, I was so frustrated. I'm like, I wasted the last hour of my life that I'll never get back and accomplish nothing.
Exactly. That was an hour of my life I'm never going to see again. Fuck all.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it happens. Fortunately, I've never done it live, but I've done it many a time recording. sat there, blah, 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 blah. Oh, fuck, having to record button. Shit.
I really like that. It is such a juicy mouthfeel. Yes, it is heavy on the pineapple, but man, is that a beautiful, juicy vape. Delicious. So the only one I'm not going to be posting on there for today's live stream is this melon fruit punch from Jesper, because it does not taste like a melon. It does not taste like a fruit punch. It's just.
Not happy with that one. Nah, you're not happy with that one, yeah. Well, that's
but
not
the
bad,
other ones are banging flavors.
Yeah.
Banging recipes.
Yeah.
Very happy with them.
Kind of gone wrong, yeah. Absolutely brilliant. I know, Mick. You know what? I'm not trying to embarrass you, Mick, but you know, how
starting to blush. What is there to blush for?
Exactly. He's a legend. Lovely guy. Absolutely lovely guy.
Listen, he was at the Birmingham Expo.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah, I don't know what kind of music he got. I can't play that part.
You know, I've been
gave us an experience to go through the expo. Who else did he meet here?
I was tempted to go, but I don't know if it's as much as I like vaping. I don't know if it's my kind of cup of tea. I don't know.
You know, that light hanging there is like $500.
Yeah, well, believe it.
And these freaking trusses are astronomically expensive as well.
Oh, there's a lot of money goes into that, like.
Oh man, believe me, I know. I did plenty of DJ stuff where. What's going on with my camera?
Oops. You're all there, mate. There you go. Boop. Yeah, you moved again. Oop, you moved again.
Yeah, but my camera's frozen for some reason.
Ah. You know, it's huge, that hole, you know, Birmingham. I done a job down there many years ago and I was subcontracting. Freeze the frame. Stop
I would
it
love
there.
to go to a vape show like that.
Stop your video there. Stop it. Stop the video there. Yeah. You see that big light running down the middle?
Yes.
Like in the roof. That's the roof space, right? And on top of that, there's domes. There's like these big, they're like domes, plasticky type corrugated domes. I was up there one year replacing them, right? So I'm sitting up there, and when where that light is now, when there's any kind of concerts on, you've got black screens which you can pull over, and it blacks the lights out. But that is the view I had when I watched George Benson live for free. And I watched Erasure live for free. That was my view up there. Bird's eye view of everything. But there you go. That's when I worked on the NEC many moons ago. But we were all sitting on top of there because there's a nice gangway. We're just leaning over the little fence thing to stop you falling through and watching the gig.
Look, I'm frozen.
You're frozen, mate. You're frozen in time forever.
What's the deal here?
What's the deal? OBS updates, I'll tell you.
I don't know.
Anyway, Mick's just posted there anyway. He uses his music from Epidemic Sound, so you're covered, mate.
Oh, I'm
any
covered.
Kind of copyright. Yeah, you're okay, mate.
How about if I switch over to the actual video so people can see what we're seeing?
off.
Ah, look at that.
Oh, Grim Green. Grim Green the Bogan.
Nice.
Yeah, you met Grim Green the Bogan. Quality, man. Lucky swine.
Awesome.
Grim Green. Two legends themselves, aren't they? Grim Green the Bogan.
Yes. That's awesome.
Don't know what's going on with your camera, mate.
That I do not know.
Oh, what's up?
That camera's working fine. Now, that one up there looks like it's fine, but another Elgato issue.
Strange. Give me a moment because I need to go to the little boy's room. So if you want to have a bit funny about, go for it.
Aye, matey. I can do that.
Yeah.
And legit, I just need to jump over to this camera. This one was working just fine. Matter of fact, something that we haven't done in quite some time. Unfortunately, that camera is still stuck. Unbelievable. The oddities that you have to deal with when you're live streaming and things just don't go the way they're supposed to. Well, it's kind of like when I was DJing, you just have to deal with, random issues. And whenever like virtual DJ would crash, that happens sometimes. Speaking of which, Space Turtle says, Kenny's gone, so it's time for a quick Irish joke. What kind of Irish joke can we come up with? I don't know. See if Google can come up with something. "31 of the best Irish jokes that are actually funny." All right. Seamus drops into a local pub on the way back home from visiting the doctor. "What's the story?" Paddington asks as he sees the look on Seamus's face. "I haven't been feeling myself lately," Seamus replied. "That's good," said Paddington. "Sure, you'd be arrested for less." Right? I don't think so. I don't think that was funny. "Sheep, a potentially offensive Irish joke. What do you call a fella from Dundalk with 400 girlfriends?" "A farmer." I don't know about these jokes. Never a dull moment. Space Turtle says he doesn't know any jokes. That's not being very helpful. Oh dear.
Oh dear, I didn't like the sound of that. Oh dear. I didn't like the sound of that. Oh dear.
Listen, I was trying to come up with a funny joke.
Oh.
And Space Turtle says that, now that you're gone, we should come up with a nice Irish joke. With you being right on the border.
Well, I'm not Irish, so it wouldn't offend us. I mean, we've got
How about
ordering
Irish
a pint?
jokes. Let's take a look at this one. I know I'm frozen. How about if I go to the news? And if I go to the news, we can turn this camera on and turn this one off. There you go.
Ireland is, it's like one of the, if you pardon the pun, it's an island off the coast of the United Kingdom. It's an island. island. You know, it's not connected to the mainland as such. So just a bit like, yeah, just island. It's often the Irish Sea. You've got the Irish Sea, the Atlantic is part of that. So it's part of the UK, but it's not directly attached to us. You know, it's an island called Ireland. So work that one out.
So here's a joke for you. Ordering a pint. Sorry, love, can I have a pint of Guinness and a pack of crisps? Were you ready there? Oh, you must be Irish, she replied. The man was evidently offended and responded, the cheek, just because I order a pint of Guinness, you assume I'm Irish. If I ordered a bowl of pasta, would that make me an Italian? No, she replied. But this is a news agent.
The classic one that anybody will tell you here in the UK is, did you hear about the Irish woodworm? It was found dead in a brick.
Your turn, matey. Now it's time for me to run to the boys' room.
Yeah, Space Turtle. I mean, yeah, Ireland's an island just off the UK to the west of us. Don't get us wrong, you know, the Irish people are wonderful people. There's a few vapers here that reside there. Lovely, lovely country. It's beautiful. It's got beautiful countryside. It's more renowned in the UK for like the bad times, you know, when we had the likes of IRA and terrorism and all that kind of stuff. That was in the past, you know. Obviously now it's a very peaceful nation. You know, it's absolutely beautiful, beautiful country. Yeah. Motorcycle races, yeah, Isle of Man. They've just done the TT this year, actually, bud. It's just I think it's running now. That's kind of in between us and Ireland. I think it's like Isle of Man is an actual island. Another small island in between Ireland. I'm sick of these islands. There's lots of fucking islands here. But Isle of Man is an island in between island and island. You know what I mean? It's just another small. But I think the Isle of Man TT is actually running now. And I mean, I don't know if any of you guys have actually seen footage of, but you've got to have balls of steel to do that. I mean, and that's one scary racetrack. It's basically, they shut all the public roads off, and you're literally driving on public roads in excess speeds of like 180 to 200 miles an hour, you know, and they're not like a racetrack. They're not nice and smooth, you know. You've got the bumps, the curbs, you've got all sorts. You've got to have balls of steel to do that race, trust us. And, you know, there's like the motorcycles. There's even guys that do it on sidecars. I mean, them things, Jesus, you've got some bloke holding himself left and right to keep the balance in that. I mean, wow, you've just got to have, like, no fear. Simple as that to do that race, honestly. Yeah, it's been going for years and years and years. You know, it's bread and butter of Isle of Man. Fantastic if you're into all that kind of thing, like, but I wouldn't do it. I think there was a guy there, was it either last year or the year before, he'd done it in a car. He set the lap record in a car. I don't know if he was in a Subaru or something, or he could have been in a Ford. Or he was in a 5 performance car, and he'd done a lap on it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Them dry stone walls. Oh, if you hit one of them at 200 miles an hour, you're dead. It's as simple as that. I mean, there's been footage of some pretty horrific crashes on that course. I mean, fortunately, most have survived, but when you see them coming off at them speeds, you're thinking, oh my God, how is he walking away from that, or how is he going to survive that? It's some race. It is actually some race. You've got to, I think you've got to have balls to see to watch it, and everybody participate in it. Brutal. But the breakneck speeds they do up these little narrow country lanes and through these little country villages, you know, wow. Unbelievable. Hats off to them. Kudos to them for doing it.
Sorry, folks, I'm trying to get this camera working.
Oh, you carry on, mate. Yeah, Island man. Whew. It's basically bikers are kind of there anyway, you know what I mean? Aye, the POV footage, Jesus, aye. You're sitting like that. Ooh, 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 wall, ooh, just missed that wall, ooh, just missed that bend, ooh, just missed that child running across the road. Fucking breakneck speeds, like, honestly. Wow. I think I'd be nervous doing it in a car and then be on a motorbike. Wow. Yeah, it's classic race, been going for many years now. Loads of good riders. Yeah, I think there has been riders that's lost their lives there, but you know, that's just a risk, isn't it? Nowadays, Dusty County, now I'm going to take this opportunity now to apologise to everybody, you know. I know I like showing interest in the mixing of liquids and all that stuff, but honestly, like, it goes in one ear and out the other, and I totally forget. Or it's just like, it's just time as well, because I know I get like 2 days off a week and I should concentrate on that, but me 2 days a week are busy catching up on stuff that I need to do, you know, I mean, chores, you know, appointments, all that stuff gets crammed into 2 days. So time is an issue, you know what I mean? And I just totally get lost and trapped, you know what I mean? I should really, I will do it eventually. I promise you guys, I will do it eventually, because I do want to eventually do me doing a live mix of a recipe on the show with Alex here, you know? So, you know, I want to participate a bit more, but like I say, it's just my memory.
There's only so many hours in a day.
It's honestly, it's me memory and me time. I mean, me time lapse. Today I thought was Monday. Honestly, I've been thinking it's been Monday all day today for some reason. I don't know why. Just Monday. I'm thinking, oh, it's Monday. I've got, oh, nice. And then I'm looking and, wait, it's Tuesday. Are you not getting ready for your show? Oh shit! Yes. You know what I mean? It's like that. Me time frame at the moment is just totally out the window, honestly. I don't know whether I'm coming or gone at the minute. And it's just, but it will come eventually, boys and girls. Honestly, it will come eventually. Plus, like I say, this cost of living crisis isn't helping much over here. And I like juices and that don't cost a lot, but I mean, what bills at the moment just to keep a roof over our head are absolutely ridiculous at the minute. Like, so, you know.
Yeah, I know. We got our electric bill, $600.
Yeah, we're still paying nearly $400 a month, you know, and it's just, you're like, what the fuck? We're electric and gas bills are literally the same as our monthly rent. That's how fucking shit it is. You know what I mean? That's like nearly, what, £1,000 a month? Not even £1,000 a month just for 2 bills. You know what I mean? Just got 3 children here. Well, 1 18, but you know, 3 kids. Times are a little bit tough. So this 2% tax is going to go back, might come handy, but well, like I say, there's a but along the line.
Here's the weather for you.
Well, you're 25, we're 11.
And it's like actually 10, cool today.
I tell you, I was cold, didn't I? It feels like 10 degrees, I tell you. I don't know where they're getting that humidity from. It's probably going to piss down with rain. That's
just the other day, it was 32 degrees outside.
Yeah, man.
Celsius.
We're under a big bank of high pressure, but on where we are, the East Coast, we're getting a lot of cloud, while the West Coast are hitting 20 Celsius, you know, temperatures. We're hitting like, I think we're 16, 17 high on the East Coast, just purely because of the cloud coming off the North Sea.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it looks like I'm not going to be able to get this camera fixed. I turn the thing off, turn it back on, try to reinitialize it. It just refuses to comply.
It's odd, like. I'm surprised the cameras are normally gone no bother. Cameras just do what cameras do. Could be a software issue, sir. Software issue.
Yes, that's the Elgato capture card. There's 4 HDMI ports that go into a single capture card. And that's something I didn't try. Because this is the primary. Nope.
See, it's a Scotty. You cannot change the laws of physics, Captain. You cannot change the laws of physics, Captain. You cannot. Mr. Spock. There's live Jim, but not as we know it.
All right, folks. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to call it a day. We're coming on the 4-hour mark, and we didn't get to our retro vape today, but that's all right. We can cover it next week.
Wow, is that gone already? Jesus Christ, man. Wow.
Time flies, especially when I get on the soapbox in the beginning of the show. And then the wife keeps refilling my alcoholic beverages.
Nothing wrong with that, matey. Nothing wrong with that.
No complaints
Absolutely
here.
nothing. Yeah, just
well,
going to make because the price of juice is pricey. It depends on what part. See, this is like the thing. Even in the UK, you can get some pretty. Depending where you go, you can get juice pretty cheap. I mean, I used to go to I've got a regular bricks and mortar at Sheriff Hill, and he normally does a good deal. He'll give you like 2 120 ml bottles of juice, so it's like 240 ml for 20 quid, including nick shots, which is a good deal, you know. And you've got another guy, Washington Vapes. You may have heard of them. You know, they've got an online shop and all that. Their juice are pretty cheap. You know, you're paying average. Some of them, when they do the deals, you can get bottles of juice for $5. You know what I mean? So some of the juices are pretty cheap around here for you not to make juice. You know, if you know what I mean. Then I'm not being like lazy or making excuses, but you can buy juice pretty cheap currently here in the UK. I mean, there is the exceptions. You know, you can pay like £12-14 for 60 ml bottle, yeah, but again, it's probably more quality juice. But like for your average run-of-the-mill stuff, you know, you can get it pretty cheap, like £10 a bottle. So I'm kind of like there and not there, if you know what I mean. It's like I say, it's more convenience than anything else. Like I say, since I went back to work, honestly, time, Jesus, I don't even know what day of the week it is half the time. I've lost half a stone in 2 months, apparently. This shirt here, I used to be bursting out of it. Look at it, it's like it looses out again. Before I was like bulging out, it was like tight, but now it's like it's gone slack. I'm getting back into clothes that I couldn't wear. So, well, that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know, but you know, you kind of complain, but yeah. It's just life gets in the way of things, unfortunately, and that's the way it goes.
There's only so much you can do.
Yeah, honestly, it's... My kids now are at that age where you're a taxi driver, basically. You know, can you take us here? Can you take us there? Can you pick us up? Can you pick us there? And it's just life in general. It's just pretty hectic. Work-life balance. It's a bit of a meh at the minute. It'll come though. It'll come. Not smooth. What? Oh God.
Well,
Mallory.
unfortunately,
Mallory, what are you like? Mallory.
What'd she do? I didn't see nothing.
Just another one of our jokes. There's that one there. A lunatic escapes from the asylum. He then sexually assaults some women who were doing their laundry. Then he runs off. The headline in the paper read, "Nut screws, washers and bowls." Holy shit.
She's hilarious.
It's just fantastic, honestly. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you, Dusty. Yeah, appreciate it. But yeah, that's where we are, people. Life just gets in your way. Hence me not doing much, really. Well, I guess, yeah, I haven't really done a great deal on the channel. Absolutely jack shit for months. Just haven't got time.
I'm here, but I'm not doing nothing.
that would make a good screen. We're going to have to do something with that, you know. We're going to have to screenshot and do something with that.
Well, now's your opportunity.
We're going to have to make a meme or something here, like, you know what I mean? I don't know. That moment you order a vape and they take your money and then tell you it's out of stock. There's a nice little meme there, you know what I mean?
Even got the classic MASH shirt on today.
Yeah. That moment you want to make a juice, but you've got no ingredients. That would never friggin' happen with you anyway. You bugger the stuff you've got sitting behind you. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Captain, she's going to break up. Star Trek Enterprise has got a bug, folks. The Starship Enterprise. Scotty, give me more power. She can't take any more, Captain.
Oh, man.
Fucking bummer, isn't it, man? What the fuck?
I tried everything. I restarted the camera, and I tried taking the other camera that was working and putting it into the scene to replace the one that's frozen. And
that's just not happening either.
Attention. Vaping is better than smoking.
Ah, you don't see that every day.
Well, thanks.
Everything else is working, bar you. Everything's working, bar you.
It said, "I'm done. Have a nice day."
Oh my God, what the hell? Now, one camera, yes, but all your cameras, that's... Oh, hang on. I don't know. What the fuck?
Frozen in time, buddy.
Well, folks, welcome to the Vape and Heat Show. Obviously... Holy moly, man. What's happened there?
Kenny's in charge of everything.
Seems I'm taking the helm, innit, eh? Well, folks, all he can do now is type in chat. So if you want to speak to Alex, just type message. Although you can't hear him. We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Try smacking it again. You gotta smack it.
I've got an idea. Get that old fucking VHS camera out. I bet that fucker works.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. Get that old video camera out.
Yeah, get that one out. I bet that does a better job. What the hell? What do you think it is? Like just software? Can it be a camera's crying?
That didn't work.
Yeah. That didn't work either, did it?
Still frozen.
What the hell has happened there?
No, sir. I didn't like it.
The time zone's totally fucked up now. You froze at 4:07 p.m. It's now like 9:07 p.m. You're alive.
I figured out what the problem is. Ready?
Oh, yeah.
FBI, open up!
You're locked in time, mate. You've been frozen in time forever. Holy shit, man.
Frozen for perpetuity purposes.
Oh, well. What can we do with it? What can I say?
6.5 hours later.
Try smacking it again! Gotta stuck it!
Yeah, have you got a hammer? A hammer normally works. What the fuck? There you go, guys. Quick, take a screenshot. I want all your memes in for next week. Post them on his... Post all your memes on Hunky Vapes. Post all your memes on Hunky Vapes Facebook page. Post them. Get your memes on.
There you go.
There you go. Get the memes on, guys. There's your chance. Yep. That moment, you start a live stream, but you need to go to the boys' room. Holy
frozen
moly.
in time.
Everything's working by your camera.
I'm looking at the camera and I can see myself in the camera and the camera's working fine. It's just the computer said, I can't take any more, Captain.
Yeah, you kind of changed the laws of physics, Captain.
All right.
Oh.
So on that note,
right.
My wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. I hope you guys all have a fantastic day, fantastic week ahead. And I'll be back again next week. Hopefully the camera will be fixed by then.
Well, we'll just leave him on. I think we'll just leave him here for the week, shouldn't we? Just as always, boys and girls, thank you to everybody in chat. Honestly, your support, this means so much to us, guys. You know, only small channels, and we're just doing a little bit for the vaping community, and we love having your company. Please, I keep forgetting this. Please, if you're ever on the rewatch, you know, hi to the guys on the rewatch. You know, we haven't forgot about you. Please rewatch. Also, hit that like button, guys. Hit the thumb button. Hit the like button. You know, the algorithm pushes the video out. You know, more for you guys to see and get the word out. So, you know, that would be brilliant. But as always, guys, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you again for Alex, even though it's great this, you know, I've got to Alex here. I can just funny on do what I want now, can't I? Nah. Anyway, thank you, Alex, as always, for putting up with me every week. Again, same time, same place next week. Thank you to you one and all. In the meantime, stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. Take care now. Bye. Say bye-bye, Alex.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
You look up with those angel eyes. I remember what I'm fighting for. Oh, the victory cannot be denied. You're the fire in my bones. Oh, the song upon my soul. And I gotta let the whole world know. Every day when the sun rises, I feel love beating down my door. Every night when the moon is shining,